Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to call to order the 12 o'clock Department Head Budget Presentation Meeting of June 12th, 2023. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
Here.
Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Weir, Councilmember Smith,
I am here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Here.
Councilmember Gray,
Here.
Councilmember Kaur.
Thank you. In keeping with the Council's resolution, the public statements portion is now divided into two periods. There's a period for items listed on the meeting agenda and items not on the meeting agenda. Statements for items listed on this afternoon's agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total per agenda item. Statements regarding items not listed on the agenda are also given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total. If you have comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk, who will give copies to the council. That is written comments. If you're here to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card and give your completed card to the city clerk. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on this afternoon's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda portion. Those speakers will be called during the non-agenda portion of the meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items listed on this afternoon's agenda?
Mayor Go, we have not received any speaker cards regarding items listed on tonight's agenda or non-agenda items.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Department Budget Presentations, Fiscal Year 2023-24 Department Budget Presentations, Workshop Number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have several department presentations today, and our fire department is going to kick us off.
Well, welcome, and we always know that being succinct is always welcome, but we want to hear all the important stuff, but nice and succinctly.
Absolutely. Honorable Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. Council members, I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to introduce you to my fabulous team that I have behind me. My deputy chiefs, Kevin Albertson, Paul Briones, and James Cherry, and my fiscal and administrative services officer, Jose Rivera. So the Bakersfield Fire Department, a little bit about us. We do have a mission statement. The mission statement of the Bakersfield Fire Department is to protect, engage, and inspire a safe community through all hazard response and community risk reduction while delivering legendary customer service. A little bit about the fire department. We are an all-risk fire department, meaning we respond to anything under the sun. If you're not calling 911 specifically and solely for the police department, you're typically getting a red fire engine to handle your emergency. We are a Class 2 ISO rated fire department, which puts us in the top 1.5% of fire departments nationwide. We're very proud of that. We're an extremely busy fire department. In 2022, we responded to over 50,000 incidents. We have an OES Type 1 Hazmat team, an OES Regional USAR Task Force, and an OES Swiftwater Rescue Team. And when I say OES, that's an Office of Emergency Services. It means that we have very highly trained members. We have the equipment and apparatus to respond statewide to assist our neighboring agencies. We have ALS care, meaning we have 20 paramedics on our roster. We respond statewide to wildland fires, and we're probably getting ready to ramp up very soon in those efforts to help our neighboring municipalities as they have their resources taxed and need assistance from other areas. And we also have fire prevention and inspection services, where we do conduct plan review and inspections of various occupancies throughout the city. A little bit about our accomplishments in 2022. We had firefighter recruitment and promotional exams. We worked very closely with HR to ensure that we are fully staffed at the firefighter level and up the ranks as we promote members. Succession planning implementation for various ranks. We want to make sure that our members are not only competent to operate in their current role, but they're ready to assume that next role as they promote up that promotional ladder. Grant funding, we really look for opportunities to help purchase a lot of the really expensive equipment that we need to operate, as well as get the training that we need for our members to operate at that high level. Agency collaboration and training. One of the great programs that we implemented this year was implementing SWAT medics. we've ingrained some of our paramedics into the SWAT team so that we can perform with BPD SWAT as they perform operations in what could be an active shooter incident. We would respond into the hot zone as paramedics and be able to offer any ALS-type intervention for any members of the public or the SWAT team members that may take fire or be injured. Department-wide infrastructure improvements, we live in these fire stations and we're proud of that. We want our facilities to be in tip-top shape every day. We try to identify some of the repairs that are needed to be addressed at their early stages so they don't become a little bit more costly repairs in the future. And then we deployed the BFD OES Type 2 Swiftwater team. That team that you see there in red, they responded up north to 3 separate flooding events to help our neighboring agencies during the late winter and early springtime rains. We implemented electronic plan review. We support the city's efforts to become a development-friendly city. And with that, we've implemented electronic plan review. We have our turnaround time for plan review submission to getting them back to the customer. It used to take 3 to 4 weeks. Now we have it down to 7 to 10 days, and we're working to better that number as well. We have paramedics on our fire engines, 2 of them, one on the west side of town and one that we recently implemented on the east side of town on Bernard. And we onboarded an accelerant canine, and I'll talk a little bit more about Duke here shortly. Some of our goals for 23-24, we want to continue to pursue those grants. As I mentioned, some of the equipment and training that we need to operate at a high level are very costly, and we want to look for those opportunities to help our budget out by looking for other opportunities to fund some of the more expensive things that we need. We're going to monitor residential and commercial build-out. This beautiful city is growing every day, and there's going to come a time when we need to staff up a new fire station to be able to protect our residents, and we're going to work very closely with the city manager and with you members of the city council in figuring out exactly what types of equipment need to be in those fire stations and how many people. We're going to continue to enhance our citywide disaster response preparedness, making sure that our Swiftwater and USAR teams are fully staffed and fully equipped. Collaborate with HR to reimagine our recruitment efforts. We had a very big challenge in our last recruitment efforts. Normally in the fire department, we have hundreds of people lining up to take our exam, to come in and sign up for our exam. And this year, we had a recruitment where under 100 people showed, 100 people signed up. We had less than 70 actually show up, and our list is going to be about 30, where normally it would be well over 100, which this recruitment, we may be able to staff 1 academy out of this when we normally can staff two full academies. So we're going to reimagine our recruitment efforts using HR as one of our guides. We're also going to establish a community emergency response team, or a CERT team, which is a FEMA program where we can develop a group of community volunteers that can assist us in major emergencies and allow us to be able to handle the more complex part of the day. They can handle some of the lesser type of duties or tasks that don't require extensive training. We're going to deploy new mobile and portable radios through, as we are getting ready to fund and bring this RFP to a close, getting to deploy those new radios to all of our equipment. Collaborate with mutual aid and automatic aid agencies like statewide agencies and our local Kern County Fire Department. Implement some of the Center for Public Safety Excellence recommendations for continuous improvement. A year ago, this past December, we became an accredited agency, and we have developed a 5-year strategic plan in that accreditation, and we're going to be implementing some of those continuous improvement model recommendations. And we're going to secure some state funding so that we can update the city's emergency operations plan. As a fire department, we actually have 3 different funding sources. We have the general fund, we have the Certified Unified Program Agency, or CUPA, and then we have the Public Safety and Vital Services Measure. We did follow the directions given to us by the city manager's office to come in with a flat budget. As you can see, our budget did grow in this year, reflective to 22-23, and I'll explain why those increases were there, although we did come up with a flat budget with our discretionary funding. So as we look at the different items here, salary and benefits, we saw a 9.15% increase. That increase is reflective of the increase in PERS cost, COLAs, workers' compensation, insurance increases, and any class and comp adjustments that were made this year. Our operating costs went up 37.42%, which really is reflective of our internal costs, the costs that we're being charged by fleet, technology services, risk management, and our liability insurance, sewer, and trash. So our capital as well, our capital purchases, that increase of 12.39%. Capital purchases such as expensive hazmat or USAR equipment, and it really shows a reflection of the realignment of funds from operating to capital. As we look at our fire department, although our budget went up, I still consider us a very lean fire department. We compare ourselves to 9 other fire departments every year, and we're typically at the very bottom when it comes to looking at those budgets of very similar fire departments. As you can see here, we're number 8 when it comes to budgets for the 10 agencies listed there. But if we look at how busy these departments are, we're typically at the top when it comes to call volume. So we're number 2, just under the Stockton Fire Department. One of the ways that I like to compare us to those other organizations is to take the averages. So if you take the average of those other 9 departments, their average is $67.3 million, where last year our budget was $56.8 million. And then we look at the total call volume. The average of those other 9 agencies was 33,000 calls, where the Bakersfield Fire Department responded to 51,000 calls. And a way that we can compare even farther, we divide the budgets by the call volume, and we can figure out what the cost is per response in theory. And those other 9 jurisdictions can operate for about $2,000 per response, where your Bakersfield Fire Department responds for just over $1,000. When we look at our fire investigation division, we're very busy. As a fire department, we respond to about 10% of our call volume is typically fires. 60% are medical emergencies. But when you look at our fire calls, we responded to just under 5,000 calls for fire-related calls in 2022. And our fire investigation team responded to 621 of those 5,000 calls. Responded to 9 fire or burn-related injuries, 3 fire deaths. 192 of those fires were in structure fires, and 87 of those 192 were vacant building fires. This is Duke here. So Duke was, as I mentioned, we look for other opportunities to fund some of the things that we need. So the City of Bakersfield Foundation, generous donators, actually helped us obtain Duke, who is what we call an accelerant canine. So Duke can help us investigate some of the fires where you could imagine if somebody used an accelerant like gasoline to increase the growth of a fire, everything in that home might be consumed. So our investigators would have their hands tied about knowing exactly where the fire started and where to pull a sample to send into the lab that could show us that an accelerant was used. And Duke here can go to a carpet that's completely burned and point to the area that the investigator should pull a small sample and send to the lab. And he's already come up with some positive hits, and he's really making a difference even today. When we look at our arson arrests, our arson team is amazing. They had a perfect conviction rate in 2021. You can see here in 2022, they made 59 arson arrests. 41 of those have already been convictions, and 31% or 18 are still in the proceedings. So as we look at the additional things that we're requesting through this budget season, one is a updated report management system, something that can make us help work more efficiently. It's going to come at the tune of $170,000, but it would eliminate some of the redundancies that we currently have in our report management systems. It would also allow us to customize some digital inspection forms and be able to complete those forms as we're doing an inspection. Our current practice is to fill out a paper form while we're conducting the inspection and go back to the fire station and transfer all that information into a digital form. Our investigators can actually do that work while they're on an inspection. So we're eliminating redundancy and making ourselves more efficient. We can also track fire department capital items, small equipment, and paramedic medications, and it can also flag us when some of those things need to be replaced. And we'll also automate apparatus and equipment checks and streamline work orders and enhance our communication department-wide about equipment status. Another request is for 2 additional people for our fire prevention division. The 2 investigators will inspect state-mandated occupancies such as hazmat, apartments, oil wells, and return to compliance inspections. Each inspector will conduct 1,100 inspections per year. Now, each inspection is actually charged a fee for service annually as well. The Coupa Fund is a fully funded fee for service and cost recovery special fund. The total cost for startup for these 2 positions is $262,000, but the 2 positions are together anticipated to generate $200,000 a year. And finally, a couple of capital improvement projects. We're actually looking to replace some HVAC units on 5 HVAC units on 3 of our fire stations. So 2 of our air conditioners are 28 years old, and 3 are over 30 years old in need of replacement. They use hard-to-obtain, expensive refrigerant, and they're very inefficient to use. So with that, that is the fire department's budget. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have or field any comments as well.
Thank you so much, Chief, and to all of you in the fire department. We just appreciate your dedicated service. I was curious when it comes to the structure fires and the vacant structures, particularly the vacant structures, is there anything further beyond what we're already doing? I know we're already taking some steps to address it. Is there anything further that we can be doing to be helpful?
Yeah, so I think the city has taken a great stance on that. When we're looking at the blighted buildings, we've already worked very, very much hand in hand with the building department or division to seek out some of those buildings, whether they're residential or commercial buildings that have burned multiple times. We send that information over. They actually look at all the information that we give them. They go out and look at the buildings, and they've actually already demolished a good handful of those buildings that we've had very, very much trouble with over the last several years. So I think the city's doing a great job in partnership with the city manager's office. I think we're getting a good hand on that.
Thank you, Chief. And then the public often talks about homeless persons starting the fires. I know we've talked a bit about that. Could you just comment generally on that to help the public gain an understanding?
Thank you, Mayor. And I was actually brought some information today, and if I don't get this right, maybe Chief Cherry can come up and clarify. But yes, there is a lot of that perception out there that the homeless population is starting a lot of these residential fires. And I will say that the fires that were investigated, what is it, the 59, Chief Cherry? Yes, 59. So the 59 arrests that we've made for some of these incendiary fires, 100% of them were the homeless population.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Gray.
Well, that was an eye-opener just in itself right there. First of all, I want to congratulate the department on your certification and being in the top 1.5% of the country. I mean, that is amazing. And we have so much to be proud of here in Bakersfield. And you guys are just, you know, shining bright. I have to say I've never met a fireman or a police officer in the city of Bakersfield yet that I didn't like, and that they're just, your company culture is outstanding. You all are doing a great job with your hiring, and You said something to me the other day, I can train anybody to fight a fire, but I can't train good. And I like that philosophy because with the work that you do, it's a service work, and people have to have that servant's heart to begin with, or they shouldn't be in the department, because that's what you're doing every day is serving the public. So thank you for that. I did want to, something was brought to my attention a while back, but the station, and I should know the number, but I don't, on Plans and Ming Avenue, Acres rather, is one of the busiest stations in the city. Is that correct? They're close to us, and I hear a lot of sirens going on.
Yes, and I'm not sure exactly what the order is. Chief Albertson may know where they fall in that line. Second busiest fire station for the city.
Okay. Well, I've gotten used to being used to hearing it, and when I have guests, they're like, "Wow, this is kind of a noisy place here we live at the lake." But I don't even hardly hear it anymore. But it was brought to my attention that Bakersfield actually could use another station, that some of these stations are a bit in overload. Would you agree with that the city of Bakersfield could use another station?
Thank you for the comments initially, Councilmember Gray, and
Yes.
thank you for the question. So we've been working with the city manager on identifying areas. So as we developed our strategic plan and our standard of cover, we actually looked at areas that could house another fire station in a particular area. Some are actually already occupied by Kern County Fire Department, so we kind of have some barriers there, if you will. But inside the city, it's really difficult to plant another fire station somewhere in the city because a lot of the fire stations have been built with some kind of a plan in mind and the growth in mind and the population. So some areas, although we could potentially put another fire station, it would really impact a lot of the other surrounding fire stations where maybe they're too close together. Okay. So there's a lot of strategic thought that needs to go into where we build a fire station and when we build it. And we definitely have been in discussions with the city manager and what that would look like. But again, with the joint powers agreement and where some of the county fire stations are already in place, it doesn't allow the city fire department to just plop a fire station anywhere. It's going to take a coordinated effort between the Bakersfield Fire Department, the city manager's office, the Kern County Fire Department, and the CAO's office to figure out exactly what that partnership looks like in the future.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that because that's been a question I've been wanting to ask for a long time when I was told that, and knowing that ours is real busy, I was just curious. So
Yes.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Councilmember Gray, I'd like to actually add just a couple
Sure.
of thoughts that I would suggest as key takeaways from what Chief was just describing is that taking a look at the fire JPA between the city and the county in the next year or two is probably going to increase as a priority for the city to take a hard look at that JPA. And it's a fairly big conversation, and that's why I say, in the next year or two, it's not something you would just go do next month, but we probably do need to take a look at that in the next couple of years in our plans. I would also agree with Chief that while I think he's been fair and diplomatic in describing our analysis, we probably will need over the next 5 to 10 years probably 2 stations, potentially a third station, whether that comes out of some of the results of the JPA or some of the other growth areas. We're anticipating in our long range, thinking about capital planning that we'll probably need another 2 stations over the next 5 to 10 years. That's another important key takeaway to tuck away. And then the last thing I would just add is that one of the reasons that we did the rescue squads was so that we could have a very cost-effective method of reducing the burden on our very busiest stations without having to go build a whole new station. So putting those rescue squads in, 2-member crews can go out and address the medical aid calls without having necessarily to have the larger apparatus and a brand new station for coverage. It's a smart strategy, and we probably would see us adding more rescue squads before the time frame in which we would add those additional stations. But I don't think we're going to be able to just defer stations indefinitely with rescue squads. At some point, we'll need some additional stations, but those rescue squads offer a big help in the meantime.
Well, I appreciate, again, you all thinking creatively, and I see this with both of our departments, that we're looking for creative solutions so that we can be efficient and not spend more and more tax dollars if we just use our tax dollars more wisely. And you all are certainly heads and tails above these other cities in the state, the way that you're utilizing the dollars. So we appreciate that. If a station is in mind down the road, is that federal funding, Mr. Clegg, or is that state funding? Where does that money come from?
Great question, Councilmember. It's likely largely city funding. It's probably our capital program. We have already, though, had some conversations with our legislative delegation about what are the types of funding related to public safety facilities that could potentially be eligible. And so there could be some state or federal monies that might come through a grant or a direct allocation, but it would probably be a majority of city funding.
Okay, big investment. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. That was a very good presentation. Appreciate that. I just have a couple of quick questions. You somewhat answered the first one. Councilmember Gray was asking you about, I was going to say, where do you think the next station would go? Well, I guess you're not going to really answer that question. But I did want to know, can you talk a little bit more how we coordinate with the county? Because if the county has a station out here and our growth goes there and we start annexing to have our growth, isn't there a point where it makes more sense for the city to run that station than the county? And how do you work together on that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Freeman. And yes, there would be a lot of coordination with Kern County Fire Department. So in the Joint Powers Agreement, we look for the guiding references in that Joint Powers Agreement that talks about city fire protection and county fire protection, because a lot of people don't realize that they may live in the city but get county fire protection. In fact, I live on Olive Drive and Callaway, basically, and I'm a city resident, and it would be a long time before I get a fire engine from the city to show up at my door. I'm covered predominantly by Kern County Fire Department. But as we annex, so that would be part of the trigger point, as we annex more of that unincorporated land into the city, and you start having that teetering effect where now most of that land is city area and most of that population that lives in that area are now city residents. According to the Joint Powers Agreement, there needs to be conversation where we start working on transferring the fire protection from the county to the city. So those would be some of the trigger points where you look at the land mass and is it incorporated, and you look at the population, are they more city resident?
Well, are there specifics, or is it just totally subjective?
No, it's over 50%. So we're looking at over 50% of that land mass is annexed, and 50% of the population in that area.
Okay. And you mentioned, I think you said, well, actually, I want you to repeat it. What percent of your calls are for fires, and what are for, well, I guess we would call all the other hazards?
So as a fire department, although fire's in our name, it's not our predominant call type. 10% of our calls are fire-related. So as we responded to over 50,000 calls in 2022, just under 5,000 of those were fire.
You don't have to give me a percentage, but I'm trying to get a feeling. Are a great many of those for really what would be sort of a paramedic service where they're calling out someone's injured or someone's been injured? And I get my question because people call the fire department first. I understand the role between paramedics and the fire department, because it seems like the fire department is, I mean, to the layman looking, it seems like they do the majority of the paramedic work.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Yeah, so when you call 911, we are the secondary public safety answering point. So when you call 911, your primary call goes to the police agency. So in the city, your call would go to BPD, and they would ask if your call is police or fire related or EMS related. So depending on what the caller says, it could be PD response and fire and ambulance, but when you are looking for medical treatment, some kind of medical intervention, you're typically getting the fire department to respond as well as the local ambulance company.
Okay, yeah, it seems. Another question when we, and maybe in future years when we go over these, one of the, the biggest category of everybody's department is salary and benefits. It's always 75 to 80% of the department budget. And, we're up like 9%. But could you tell us a little more, how much is that just salaries? And because I know we have mandatory increases, we have promotion increases, a big mix of things that will increase it. And how much are all these other things? Insurance, pension. I mean, there's a lot of other things, and it'd be helpful to know if we're up 9%, just round numbers, how much is that just driven by salary and how much is driven by other benefits that some may be up a lot more than 5%, for example?
Councilmember Freeman, I wish I had an answer for you on that. I'm hoping Mr. Clegg or my business manager can maybe shed some light on that.
I can just give, some estimates. And so in particular for fire department in this particular budget year, because we had a 5% COLA anticipated in this next upcoming budget, that's a major driver there. The pension costs, typically the mix between salaries and the other benefits on the fire side, it is fairly close to 60-40 split there. And our general miscellaneous employees, it's closer to like a 2/3 split, but on the police and the fire side, it's a little closer to 60-40, or police, it's even close to 50-50 on the split between salaries and other benefits. The 9% cost, we haven't been necessarily tracking the risk insurance rates as a personnel cost, so that's not part of the 9%.
Well, okay, in the future, normally Sergeant has about 5 major categories, and when you get a budget review, you usually have all 5 of them in variances, so it's helpful. Then we don't even have to ask a question. Say, oh, insurance drove it, or, oh, it's the pension. It's very clarifying. It says, oh, well, the salaries are actually 6%, but these other things were 12, and then we don't have to waste time on these questions. If you at least give us, generally, am used to looking about 4 to 5 categories in salary and benefit with a variance, and then we just can move on. And it's easier for us to zero in and know, oh, there's no problem here, or there is a problem here. Because when it's all mushed together, we're sort of sitting here wondering. And, we have people ask us, constituents, I'd like to be better informed when I say, oh, no, here's what it was. Here, it just helps me be a little more, I guess, do my, quote, oversight responsibility better if I have more information. So last question on the new fire prevention inspectors. How will we recover $200,000?
So there's a fee that they charge for every inspection that they go to, and I think the cost right now is give or take $100. So as they inspect all these different occupancies, they bill for their services. So over the term of a year, their salaries are basically going to be paid for through their activities out in the field.
Okay, one little suggestion, if the budget, what did you say, was like 260? I set the fee to recover 260. Instead of 200, so in future years, that might be 110 per visit instead of 100, but it would be a good practice if we could totally recover our costs.
Yeah, and that is a cost recovery and special fund. So the Coupa program actually pays for itself through all the services that they provide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Just a follow-up question before Councilmember Smith. related to the 90% that are non-specific fire related, is that commensurate in other jurisdictions also, that's about 10%, 90%?
Yeah, to my knowledge, Mayor, I believe so. Chief Albertson?
Yeah, that runs about average here in California. We probably have a little more fires than some other agencies.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. First, yes, I appreciate the fire department and the professional service, and also just always their positive interaction with the community. It's
Thanks, sir.
great. We appreciate it. On the paramedic services, and many years ago, I've seen a presentation where insurance companies actually paid for that in some cities, and I know I've talked to the city manager on that. Are we still exploring that, or where's that going?
Chief, this is right up Chief Albertson's alley right here, so I'm going to let him speak on this one.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, we actually are exploring the subject of fire service fees, really in relation to not the actual citizen, but more focused at the insurance company.
Right.
An RFP actually just went out. We've received information back, and we're in the process of evaluating it. There's a lot of information to digest going through that, and then making sure we implement it correctly once we get approval from the city manager's office and the council.
I appreciate that. So we'll be hearing back in the next couple months?
Yeah, probably within the next 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
And just to add a little bit about what that RFP is about, is that there are companies that actually provide a service to administer the collection of that, so that we don't have to create a new overhead at the city to run those and manage those processes, but collect that new revenue. And so that's the approach that we took, rather than try and build that capacity in-house to go and research and collect all that, to contract that out. But then I anticipate, based on early projections, and this is some of the numbers we still got to put together, but we'll bring that to council, a significant new revenue source that doesn't impact at the individual constituent level, but good new revenues to the city.
Appreciate that. And then I just wanted to reinforce the progress that we've begun to make on the vacant buildings. That's a savings that runs all throughout the community. We take away the hazards for the fire department. We take away places for homeless to live. And so the more that we can get rid of these vacant buildings, the more tools that we have, the better. So appreciate that effort on legal and building and on all fronts.
Thank you.
Thank you
Councilman.
again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thank you so much for the presentation. A great job today, as always. And I want to join my colleagues in thanking your whole department for doing a wonderful job in our community and serving with honor and grace, and a real spirit of service to all of our constituents. So thank you. My hat's off to your whole department.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I wanted to ask you a question. So, your two slides, slide 8 and slide 9, I think Councilmember Gray referenced it as well. We rank number 8 in terms of budget comparison with comparable cities with 14 stations and $56.8 million. And yet, when it comes to calls for service or incident responses, we're ranked number 2, 51,131 responses. I'm going to ask a very simple question. It's a very complicated issue. How do you do it?
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the question?
How are you able to rank number 8 in 10 comparable cities and yet be number 2 in terms of the number of responses?
Yeah, I think
It's either efficiencies or some other secret formula that that allows you to do that. How do you do it?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't know that there's necessarily a secret to how we do it. We just have some amazing workers in the fire department who recognize the need to serve, and when the call comes out, they recognize that it's part of what they signed up for. They took an oath to serve, and they go out and they do the best job they can day in and day out. As we look at other opportunities to grow as a fire department, that call volume will increase as well. As we look at, and I know this topic has come up through some of the questions, as we continue to annex, we continue to grow as a city. Maybe we start taking over some of the county fire stations, if you will, for lack of better terms.
Right.
We build additional fire stations. That call volume is going to continue to go up, and maybe we'll need to reevaluate some of the cities or fire departments that we compare ourselves to, because maybe now we're not in a such a small fire department necessarily, and we need to compare ourselves to even bigger fire departments.
Sure, and we know that when any decision we make, there are trade-offs. Response times, how are they year after year?
So one of the things that City Manager Clegg mentioned was the rescues. What a great opportunity for us to add resources to our department without building a $5 million fire station. We're able to keep other resources in their area. So you take fire station number 6 as an example of where we implemented a rescue. They were responding to over 6,600 calls per year. And I want to say 20% of their calls were, when they responded 20% of the time, an additional call came in their area, which meant Fire Station 5, Fire Station 1, Fire Station 3, Fire Station 2 had to respond into that area to grab that concurrent call. Now we add a rescue to that area, and now they handle business within their own area. So less times does Station 1 have to leave their area vulnerable to go into 6's area. Same thing for Station 2, for 5, for 3. So implementing that rescue was a great way to address response times, allow fire engines to remain in their first in district and not leave them vulnerable by capturing all those excessive calls in those areas. So as the city manager mentioned, we're still evaluating other opportunities to implement other rescues in other fire stations. And when the data shows that we need it, we'll definitely pull the trigger on that. But we're always evaluating our operations, our effectiveness, our response times, and trying to do better.
Great, that's smart. Thank you for always making that extra effort and doing the analysis and repositioning. I appreciate that. So let me ask you another question. It's more broad. You started this presentation today saying that you were directed, as I know from City Manager's office in our conversations, directed to present a budget that was flatline, right? Flatline year budget. If that was not the request, what items would you have proposed in today's presentation?
So I will say, Vice Mayor, if I may, as we progress through the year, I meet weekly with the city manager. We talk about different programs we want to implement, different programs we want to start, positions we want to add, equipment we think we need. So great conversation on ongoing throughout the year, and we recognize, and I mean this wholeheartedly, I recognize as a fire department that I am one spoke in the government wheel. So the city of Bakersfield provides not just fire protection, so I try not to be selfish when I say I need something. It's not more important than what police department needs, what the other public works needs, what other departments or divisions need within the city. So as I look at the fire department, I never look at it selfishly as in my needs are more important than others. So with that being said, we've mentioned the need for another rescue maybe at Station 5, and we're kind of vetting that out right now. So that would be something that you may see in the not too distant future. And as the city manager mentioned, it's a very efficient way to add resources to address response times without adding a really expensive fire station. So a rescue would be something that we may be looking at in the not too distant future. But again, we are a city with not an infinite amount of money, and we recognize that we're a playing partner with other departments and divisions within the city to address our citizens' needs.
Well, I appreciate that spirit and of partnership and stewardship of the entire city, and I really thank you for bringing that, raising that point of view, and I appreciate the department for being good team players for the rest of the city. But I do think it is helpful for us to know sort of what are those things that are still requests, still from your professional opinion, necessary to enhance the level of service for our constituents. And it's important for us to figure out alternative funding sources so that we can meet those needs at some point. And so I want to thank you for raising the question or the point related to another rescue unit for, I believe it was Station 5. I would like, if I may, to make a referral that we add this item to our contingency list at mid-year. Should we, find ourselves in a position to make additional allocations? Obviously, it doesn't look like that might be likely from today's point of view, but I think it's important nonetheless that we have that on our list as we look at the budget at the mid-year. Thank you so much, Chief, again. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you to the whole team who's here today and all the good work that they're doing. I appreciate everything.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just another follow-up question related to the incident responses. You were mentioning maybe you should compare with other cities, but just noticing that Fresno is listed on here, that it is considerably larger in population than we are, with about a 13,000 difference in incident responses, and then also double the salary. What do you think is going on there that would account for that much difference?
Not sure, Mayor. I would hate to speculate here today, but I don't necessarily have an answer for that at this time.
Well, thank you for the good job that you're doing, and if you have any further light on that, we'd love to know.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Gray.
One last question. You were talking about recruitment, and it's been challenging for you, like every other even business going on out there today. But are you all down in your staff? I mean, are you below what you want to have staffed?
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. We're actually getting ready to graduate an academy here at the end of the month on June 30th. We have an academy of 9 members graduating. At that point, we'll just be short a very small handful of people, but we'll be looking in the future. And in fact, that's why we're going through the current recruitment. In the very near future, maybe in the fall, we'll be adding an additional academy to make us whole. So we are looking at the challenges. I'm not sure if it was a great resignation, if COVID maybe had people reconsidering anything in the medical type side, since we are 60% medical related department. But we definitely know that there's a challenge there. We're working with Human Resources right now to reimagine, if you will, our recruitment strategies. Does it mean that we need to reduce our minimum qualifications to draw in a different type of population or different numbers, if you will, to increase our applicant pool? One of my goals as a fire chief is really to have a workforce that mirrors society. When you look like the customers you serve, when you speak the language of the customers that you serve, when you understand the culture of the community you serve, you're able to provide that legendary customer service that we boast in our mission statement. So we definitely are working on different strategies right now, like I said, to increase our applicant pool. What that's going to wind up looking like in the future, I don't know, but we're working hand in hand with HR.
Okay, great. And your attrition rate each year, is there an average percentage?
We probably lose about 5. Yeah, about 5 per year.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't lose many people outside of retirement. When people have a service retirement, other people, as you test for the fire department, a lot of times you test up and down the state of California, and you kind of plant your roots wherever it is you get hired. But there's always that longing to be a little bit closer to home. So we may have people who have been on for 3, 4, 5, 6 years who are still testing closer to home, and when that opportunity arises, I don't blame them one bit for leaving the department and going closer to home with a department that's a little closer to where they grew up. So we don't lose many of those. A lot of ours are really service retirements after, and at the tune of about 5 or 6 a year.
Well, good job. That speaks to your company culture again.
Thank you.
You're doing a good job of retaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Thank you, Chief and team. Mr. Clegg, do you have any closing comments for this?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And now we'll have Recreation and Parks. Do we need a break? Well, you'll probably need a minute to set up anyway. Are you okay? You don't need a break. We do need a break. Okay. Let's just wait a minute until council members return. He's got it, I think, with 2 new jobs. Eric, United Way. You know, he used to be like with Rudy Solis, where a lot of like, it's different than with her.
Yeah.
With her job. That's not an easy company. I mean, it's a great company. But
Yeah. They
new job,
they have expectations.
very high. Very, very high. Do you think he's just in the restroom, or do you think he left? Okay, go ahead. Right, Mr. Anthony, while you're getting set up, thank you all. I went last night to the first Beal Park concert, and your team was out there, so thank you for their service, and I think a lot of people really enjoyed it, and thank you for giving us excellent weather.
I wish I could take that credit. Thank you. We ready? All right, for the record, Rick Anthony, Director of Recreation and Parks for the City of Bakersfield. We were fully expecting to come and defend our title of having the shortest presentation for you today. Chief Frando's made it difficult, as this presentation was about 14 minutes and 57 seconds, notwithstanding the question, but challenge accepted. Real quick, I do want to introduce my team. As you know, last year, prior to our budget, we reorganized our department. We created the Office of Director, which consists of myself, an admin analyst, administrative assistant, and assistant director, Darren Budak, who joins us today. Also with us, we have our recreation, on the org chart, recreation division. There is no division lead for that particular division, but we have our park superintendent, Keith Howe, physical and administrative services officer, Rajan Mistry, park construction and facility planner, Fidel Gonzalez, and not being able to make it today, our park ranger supervisor, Michael Dobbs. As we kind of review some of our accomplishments for 22 and 23, I kind of want to bring to your attention that you can kind of go through the list and look at a lot of these improvements. But I want to really make a point that although we have a continued need for ongoing maintenance and renovation, I believe our department has kind of shifted a little bit, and we are more focused now on enhancements and improvements, and you'll see that throughout the list. Due to your support and city manager's previous efforts to really get at the deferred maintenance, a lot of our critical needs have been addressed. So you see more of a focus on things like enhancements as additional pavilions, shade structures, as well as lighting and access improvements. One very significant accomplishment that we are certainly proud of is last year at this time, we were beginning to build the beginnings of our Park Ranger program. We were looking at the job specs. We were starting some recruitment. And as of September, we hired most of our rangers at that time. And after training, we went live in November. The impacts of this program are clear and obvious. It has exceeded our expectations. I know that many of you have certainly either heard from your constituents or watched the news and just see kind of the impacts that it has had on our community. And we're really just beginning. As you can see from this particular slide, we were one of the top referring agencies to flood ministries for several months in 2023. Again, that's from November to now. And as the summer continues, we're evolving. We're learning more about opportunities where we can beef up our patrols, beef up our presence, not just in some of our difficult parks, but across the city. Their presence has been certainly felt. Part of the evolution is that we've combined our storm team, formerly RRT. We folded them in with the Rangers, and that's really given us the ability to be nimble and respond quickly to issues such as encampments, litter abatement, and vandalism. By combining these two programs, we really have been efficient, and you can see the numbers have decreased significantly already this year just by having that coordinated effort. I do want to call out one line. If you look at the vandalism line, that actually has increased. And basically what is happening now is that we're doing a better job of reporting. Now that we actually have rangers multiple times in parks throughout the day for 16, 17 hours in the day, these things are getting reported immediately right into our mobile app, where in the past we might have addressed them but not really reported them as efficiently as we should. So we do expect to see that number to go down next year. The Ranger and the Storm teams will both continue to coordinate with other city efforts. We will work with BPD and Code to support citywide events and initiatives. Rangers also will be responsible for our camera system, both the mobile system and the future stationary systems to come. The Rangers have also taken over the Adopt a Park onboarding and training. So we see a lot of these community groups now becoming more and more involved in our parks. And they're working in conjunction with the Rangers to make sure our parks are safe and secure. A few other things, we're always proud of our partnerships. This year, we were able to stand up a partnership with Bakersfield City School District and provide both a flag football and a basketball league. It went well, and we're excited about continuing those efforts in future years. We're always looking for partnerships. That's part of our mission. And you can see some of these other entities that we've had some form of relationship with, and we plan to continue to build on those in the future. So what's new for 23 and 24? Many of these initiatives are just a continuing effort of things that we've already launched in the past. We do hope to complete our master plan. I have an update today with MIG. We're anticipating having a draft in front of the council sometime late fall, early winter, with the hopes of having it completed by the end of the year. We're continuing to move in our concept phase for MLK Park and Community Center. Again, we're hoping to really move into that next phase, which will be the actual design sometime this fall. Our turf replacement program continues to be successful. I think that we've done several medians since our first pilot on Rosedale. And again, we're really learning in terms of what areas that this will impact a little more than others. But again, that program will really have a lot of completeness coming up this year. And mobile recreation units, that's something that's fairly new. This will be the first time this summer. We've taken about 10 interns along with our seasonal and part-time staff, and we've identified parks, I think, in every one of your wards that will have some sort of mobile recreation opportunities. That has been something that in the past, Bakersfield really, I grew up going to some of these parks and having some recreation opportunities. And for many reasons, they went away over the years. So this is kind of a reimagining of our recreation opportunities. And hopefully it'll really ignite some excitement, and we can continue to build on that in future years. Before I ask Raj to kind of get into a little bit of the details for the rest of our budget, I do want to highlight our significant request. Both of these positions are for the Ranger program. The request is a PSVS request. And some of you may recall this issue was first brought up during council meetings by Councilmember Parlier. He was a little concerned about the span of control. And because we were kind of in the details of getting the program on board, we didn't want to change at that time. So we kind of moved forward with the expectation that the committee would discuss it further, and also that once we had our supervisor in place, we would have real-time experience to make educated decisions. So all of those things have happened, and we do feel like this position will not only better align us with what we have in code, but will give us that span of control throughout both the morning shifts and the evening shifts, 7 days a week. Especially since we rolled over the storm team, the RRT team, under this particular division. We feel like this gives us the right size, as well as evolving the program to have some sort of seasonal or part-time component in the future. So we kind of look at this as kind of the final evolution in terms of our full-time complement, but we certainly are appreciative of your support thus far. At this time, I would like to just invite up our physical and administrative service officers, Raj Mistry.
Thank you, Rick, Mayor, council members. Let's begin with our proposed operating budget for fiscal year 23-24. As you can see in the general fund, we're requesting a 4.3% increase, which equates to $1.1 million. Majority of that is payroll and salaries, but there's a significant portion that affects our operating discretionary line item, which is fleet rates, risk rates, and solid waste rates. Fleet alone is approximately a 21% increase. Dollar amounts, it's over $400,000 increase in our discretionary thing for the fleet. Along with that, in the Amtrak operations, that is the recreation parks, we maintain the station down the street at the Amtrak station. We have a special funding allocation that comes from the county. We're requesting no increase in that. And then the other funding source for our operating is the Public Safety and Vital Services, PSVS. Now, if you notice, that is a significant 23.65% increase. A vast majority of that is in the Ranger program. Give you a little bit of a history. When the Ranger program was approved by council last year, it was strictly payroll. We didn't have funds for discretionary involved. We're paying salaries, and that's it. There was no funds for small equipment, no funds for fleet, and all that. And those costs now coming into another fiscal year coming to fruition, where now we have costs for fleet, risk, liability rates, technology service rates. Each of the vehicles have computers installed that are equivalent to BPDs. I think they call them MDX or something. So all that, of the $1 million, 31% of that are just rates that we don't even control. Again, fleet, risk, and technology services. That also incorporates the new positions that we requested for the Ranger Manager and Ranger Supervisor. And then there's other ongoing costs for uniforms, small equipment they need for when they're out there in the field, et cetera. solid total, it does give us a 23.6% increase. But again, that's this particular fiscal year, because when you're going from nothing to adding something, we're adding like basically 100% of any on top of that. As a department, we're at 7% increase overall for our operating budgets for the next fiscal year. The next couple of slides are our proposed capital improvement projects. The first 5 of them are approved as of are proposed to begin July 1st. First 2 are funded through the capital outlay fund, which is the lights improvements and technology enhancements for safety, what we like to call lights. As our parks have aged over the years, a lot of their electrical from their lighting and all that is getting outdated, and this funding will help start us a process to upgrade the controlling systems, upgrade some of the lighting to make it more efficient, and make it a more welcoming environment for our citizens. Our next project through the capital outlay fund is the block wall repairs. This is the first year we made a request in such a manner for this type of repairs. On the bigger streets, the block walls, they harbor around the arterials that enter into neighborhoods, and over time, the elements just from excessive water from the neighbors, or even sprinkler heads and retaliation, they deteriorate the walls and they need to be replaced some sections at a time. We have gone in when there's accidents, we replace them like on one-offs like that, but not as a general areas where they're just deteriorating, not cause of accident, but just from the elements. The next projects are all going to be referenced to PSVS, the funded projects. First one is the park amenities and renovation improvements. This is our second year of this program where we're asking monies, and we're not replacing playgrounds, but this is the smaller items in the park. We're talking drinking fountains, benches, picnic tables, shade structures, or something. It gives us funding to replace some of these parks. We could have a brand new play structure in a park, but then you look at the bench is 30 years old, so it's a 9-day difference between the two. Our neighborhood monument renovation, that's in reference to when you enter a residential neighborhood, some of our neighborhoods, they have signs on them, and some are elaborate with stucco, landscape, lighting, some don't, but they are also, again, deteriorating from the elements, so this is a start of our project to start doing some maintenance work on that. The East Bell Terrace and Citadel Street recreational area enhancements, we're requesting $150,000, but that is actually part of a bigger grant that the city was awarded through the California Natural Resources Urban Greening Grant. That grant alone was a little over $1.4 million. The city's contribution, $150,000, has helped do a wrought iron fence around the perimeter of the facility and to create movable goalposts. The grant portion will fund a pedestrian walkway, new lighting, and enhance the tree canopy in the area to make a closed facility more accessible to the neighborhood in the area. The remainder of the projects, you'll notice they have a C next to them. They're listed as contingents projects. They will be brought to council mid-year budget for fiscal year 23-24 for approval, assuming the revenues for PSVS are up to projections. And I'm going to breeze through some of them. The Beach Park irrigation system rehab. Beach Park is one of our older parks. The irrigation system is constantly going down. It's actually one of our few parks it's the only park, let me rephrase, that has a well on it, and the well is deteriorating, but it's still humming along, and along with the actual irrigation valves, everything needs to be declined over time. The park at River Walk Playground rehabilitation, that's one of our flagship parks. It's probably the busiest park we have in our network. The playground there is about approximately 18 years old. It's past its useful life, and we like to replace that with something better. The Westwold Park Playground rehab, that playground there is approximately 17 years old. Again, it's way past its useful life and for new amenities to the park. The next couple, Wilson Park and Seaman Park, they both have tennis courts and that need to be replaced. Some are as old as I think Wilson Park is from 1960, the tennis courts there. And in the process of replacing the concrete, it's going to be converted to tennis courts and pickleball courts, which everybody knows pickleball is very popular now this day and age. Centennial Park, it's a combination of replacing the playground equipment along with the tennis and basketball courts there, which are deteriorating. And the last project we have listed is the Stone Creek Restroom Rehab. The current restroom there is original to the park's construction circa 1998, through vandalism, it's to the point where it needs to be completely replaced with the prefab unit. Now, all these projects, if there's detailed question by council, we do have our parks construction and facilities planners here to ask that. In summary, it's 12 projects, 7 of them are contingent for the department, and it's $5.2 million just for our capital outlay for fiscal year 23-24. With that, I'll turn it back to Rick for questions.
Thank you, Raj.
Is there anything further, Mr. Anthony? I don't see any requests to speak at this point. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I love parks. I firmly believe that quality of life in Bakersfield is greatly advanced by parks, and we've done a great job in the last few years improving the amenities in parks, and now this last year improving with the park rangers, the accessibility to parks for a lot of people. So I think that's great. I think we need to remember that, you know, we talk about PSVS being for public safety among quality of life, but park rangers are really about public safety. So I think that, along with some of the gates that you've put at different parks have helped a lot, and there's a different feel in a lot of the parks, and really appreciate that. Look forward to MLK. That's exciting as we move forward on that. What exactly is the vision on the mobile recreation units? That's something new to me.
Yeah, and great question, Councilmember Smith. So it's something that's been in the industry for a number of years now, and what it is kind of a departure from our standalone brick and mortar community centers where we bring the kids to recreation. Now we have the ability to bring the recreation to kids. So it gives us an opportunity to be certainly very diverse in terms of what we're offering. We can go anywhere in our public parks, as well as even some other neighborhood facilities. This year, it's really just a pilot. There is some continuing equipment that we're looking at purchasing. And I think through the Kern County Foundation, there's not only the interns available and the funding to pay them, but also the opportunity to buy some of this mobile equipment. That way we can make it a part of our regular offerings and be able to bring that recreation opportunity to all parts of our city that may not have had that opportunity before.
If I may just add a couple points to be specific. This is possible through the Youth Jobs Program. This is the state funding that came down. It was initially federal ARPA monies, but the state allocated those down to cities. The big city mayors advocated for this funding. And so this is a component of that Youth Jobs Program. From a sustainability standpoint, though, again, the Youth Jobs Program continues to be supported in the governor's proposed budget and is still in there. And so we do believe we'll be able to continue to have these college interns staff these mobile recreation teams that will be able to go out and, again, take activities to targeted parks on targeted days. And so we increase the access to parks, and we saw an opportunity through the Youth Jobs Program to make that happen.
Thank you. Specifically, the trees at the park at Riverwalk, again, thank you. It makes a big difference. Appreciate that. So, again, we're moving in the right direction with our Parks Department. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Rick. Good presentation. Would I be correct in thinking that by the end of this year, we have corrected the deferred maintenance at all of our parks, or 95% of our parks are now back up to speed?
Yeah, I would have to do a little more analyzing that, and I can get you those numbers of where we are. As you know, once you accomplish, life cycles continue. So, but I would be able to say confidently that I think all of the critical needs are being met, and now we're just trying to keep up with what we've already done.
Okay, well, it seems like for 2 to 3 years, we've rehabbed just
Yeah.
about, your predecessor, we had asked her, give us a list.
Sure.
We want to rehab, we want to be sure that every park is in good shape, and it just seems like we're just about there, and maybe you could follow up if there are 3 parks that desperately need it, we haven't done them, let us know, just so we know. Is there, when all this equipment goes out, I'm always surprised at how much plastic slides and things cost, and it comes to $675,000 to this little neighborhood park. Is there a 10 or 15-year life? What's the normal life of that stuff before you have to replace it?
When you're talking about playgrounds, obviously the use of it comes into play, but usually they have a warranty of about 10 to 15 years to be safe. So we have that little gray area from that 15-year mark to the 20-year mark, where we do have inspectors that will come out and kind of give us an idea of the condition.
I
that
just
they're in.
wondered how long we can expect when we put all this new equipment. Are we going to get normally? It looks like some of them was deferred 19 years and 20 years in the past. Or should we expect to get about 15 years? I know you have to maintain it and fix little things as you go along, but the big structures that cost so much,
Sure.
Just so we'll know as we go forward, if we've had, because we crammed all this into 2 to 3 years, the big rehabs. Now we should be into the maintenance mode for a decade or so, which costs significantly less, and I'm kind of hoping that pans out. One question. Are all of the bathrooms now securely locked at night?
Not all. They're still a work in progress.
Can you tell me when that work may be completed?
I can get that to you. Some of them, just because of the age of the restrooms, we have to conform them to some of the modern types that we're using. And some restrooms don't really have a secure door. We're still bolting them. But we're looking at them one-off, and some of our most problematic parks, I can say that we are locking those and making sure that.
Could you say that by the end of this year, fiscal year?
We can certainly make that a
We'll
target.
make a goal that every bathroom is securely locked, because the vandalism when they're not is just so expensive, and
Yeah.
we can't really stop the vandalism except that we can make the doors impenetrable so you can't get in it. Literally, and they've torn the toilet, they've torn the sink right off the wall. This is just destructiveness, and that's very costly. So I think it's worth the investment, even if we have to replace the whole door frame with something secure. The cost is minimal compared to the cost when you go in and what they do to these bathrooms.
I agree 100%, and certainly
Okay.
we're
Well, it'd be nice if
continuing to
we
make
could
progress.
make that a goal. And also, do you know how much, the budget's like 28 million out of the general fund. How much comes from, and I assume that does not include all of the assessments that are the community facilities districts that, I guess we've had them for about 30 years, that everybody comes on their tax bill, they get an assessment for their share of the arterial maintenance and the park maintenance, et cetera. Is 28 million the budget including the revenues from those, or is that just, it said just general fund? So I'm wondering, how much do we get from those assessments versus that we have to pull out of our general fund?
It is inclusive of the districts.
Okay.
Certainly, Raj can probably give you a little more details, but I do know we work close with Public Works, I want to say every year, to determine exactly what those tiers and what those costs are and how much our department
Can
will
anybody
receive.
tell me how much, just round numbers in millions, that of that 28, how much is paid for by, because those are sort of like enterprise funds in a sense, if say, is it 50%, is it 10%?
It's about 70% of one of our divisions, so approximately 9 million of the, I'm on the wrong page.
28.
9 million of the 28 million is coming from the fees collected from the maintenance districts.
Okay. And that percentage should go up every year because we don't do any projects now that don't come with an assessment. Is that correct? Within the city of Bakersfield? New tracks all come with an assessment.
That's correct.
Okay, I know some of them, you can't go back and you can't
Yeah.
Ones that didn't have it, there's nothing we can do. I mean, I guess everybody could vote to tax themselves, but that's not going to happen. So, all right, well, thank you. And I would like to say, it's been great to have someone like yourself come in who worked in a different place and had ideas from a different place and brought new ideas to Bakersfield because you've had different experiences. And just, I'd like to just say how valuable it is when we bring people in and cross-pollinate. I'm sure we could send people to other cities and give them a lot of ideas, but this is a good thing when we have new people come in and give us new ideas on how to run our city. And I think I kind of attribute the Park Ranger program to you and to some of these new ideas. So I appreciate you, but I appreciate that we went outside and brought new ideas in here. So I think you were a good hire.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have a great team too. That's for sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember Gray.
Well, good afternoon again, Rick. Thank you for bringing your team in. And I just have to admit, I'm willing to do so, that I was probably the most skeptical of any of the council members about the Ranger program because I was very concerned about tax dollars being spent wisely and getting our bang for our buck. So I'm willing to admit to you that I have gotten really good feedback from some of my constituents, emails, and I always said when we were working on it, well, the proof's going to be in the pudding. I was, more, let's pilot this program before we jump in with both feet. But after seeing the quality of people that you were able to hire and what we're doing and then getting good feedback from, my constituents, I know that we're heading in the right direction. So I want to congratulate you on that because I know I was kind of tough to
You weren't that bad.
to work with in the beginning. But I do want to ask, I'm a little bit confused. Are you asking for one more position or two?
Two more.
Okay.
We're asking for a manager, and then what we currently have is just a supervisor.
Okay.
And we're asking for another supervisor so that both of those supervisors can run those two unique shifts with the manager being over all of it, including the maintenance unit of our RRT.
Okay.
So we're asking for a supervisor to responsibly supervise around 16 to 17 individuals each. And just to give you an example, that same level in code, I think they have about 8 code enforcement officers under them. Again, with the
Okay.
manager being above all of that.
So they're managing the Rangers and
And
code.
and the storm team. That's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
So how many total Rangers do we have?
We have 18.
We do have the full
Nine-
18?
Nine per
Okay.
shift. We have our full complement now. We were able to
Okay.
hire. And we have the 2 supervisors. And then if we were approved, we'll get the manager as well.
And you have the trucks, we invested that in our last budget
Yeah,
along,
yeah.
okay.
We have the majority. There still will be 1 or 2 requirements that we'll have to get up, but for the most part, we have the bulk of our fleet.
Okay, all right, so that's good to know. I just want to caution, I'm all about parks and, I see families enjoying, maybe not as much as I'd like to see them enjoying, especially the amount of money that we spend on them. But I just want to caution that as we prepare for this year, because, going 6 months into it, it definitely's come to fruition that people aren't spending money like they were.
Yeah.
And so there probably will be a shortfall of funds. We need to just really pay attention that we can't always have everything we want. And we're seeing it in our business when it becomes a luxury item, a brand new kitchen, that's more of a luxury and people aren't spending like they were. So we've got to be careful with the city that we are not proposing projects that are more to the luxury end versus the necessity. And I think that's with any department, but especially with Parks and Recreation. I think it's important that we keep the city going and have the programs, for these kids. I think that's great, these mobile programs. But let's just make sure we're keeping it
Yeah.
tampered down a bit.
Yeah, I appreciate
it's
those
important.
comments, and I think the wisdom from the city manager's office, all of those projects we proposed were actually projects we were hoping to start in 22 and 23 and 24, but the wisdom to make them contingent so we can get a better idea of what the climate's going to be. And we're totally on board, understanding that we may have some priorities that we'd have to just push off. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that about our city manager too, that we've got to be prepared for those rainy days because they will come. They cycle through. You know, it's not if, it's just when. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Anthony, and to your team, thank you so much for this presentation, and thank you for all the work you all have been doing, your whole department, for quite some time. I'm just really impressed with all of the work that's been done over several years. You know, we first started talking about all the deferred maintenance issues, just to kind of get us to some sort of baseline, some standard, and then began working on enhancements, and then added the park rangers so that we could better secure the sites. And our parks are really transformed in a lot of ways, and that's not hyperbole. We can look at parks in my ward in central Bakersfield and see them activated now, seeing families utilize these parks every day. And so that really excites me, and I give a lot of credit to your team for all their hard work. I'm excited about a number of things, including the MLK reimagining and seeing that rec center be built, because I think that'll be a long-term asset over decades. Looking forward to the project on Bell Terrace and Citadel, which is in Ward 2 now. And I think it's a needed project for that community, especially with the school being just adjacent to that property. Just a quick question on the contingency items. Are these items listed by priority?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I thought they were, if Ward 4 is on the top there.
Sorry, Councilman Smith.
I'm going to defer that to City Manager Christian Clegg in terms of priorities.
Sure.
They're not listed in priority order.
Okay.
Except for Ward 4.
So I can interject some priorities of mine at this point. I'm just joking. I'm not going to do that. No, but thank you so much. I guess my only comment, last comment would be regarding the recreation program. This is Recreation and Parks Department, and we know, recreation from a budgetary standpoint is an ongoing expense, but from a service delivery standpoint is a critical component to quality of life, much to what Councilmember Smith had mentioned earlier. Nice parks are great, but activated parks are better. And having organized activities, particularly in neighborhoods where families that don't often get those opportunities, and I'm talking about disadvantaged neighborhoods, having those quality programs for those families can make a world of difference, can actually help transform lives. And we've heard those stories time and time again from folks who've experienced that, yourself included, myself included.
Right.
We can remember going to parks that had a lot of recreation, and it matters. And so I'm glad to see the mobile team. Would really like to participate at some level, but want to really encourage that as we move forward, that recreation component. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say an amen to what the Vice Mayor just said in terms of the investment in the activities, especially in those neighborhoods where children don't get those opportunities. Thank you for all the transformation. Great efforts. Just a question about the light improvement project there. Is that something that benefits all the parks because of the technology, or are specific parks targeted?
All the parks, obviously the older parks would probably be the priority. Just a little more history on that. Normally, our general services would really take care of the kind of our electrical needs in the park. But because of the responsibilities and the ongoing challenges of them managing, they actually contracted that part out. And so we were kind of left with this void of how are we going to now enhance our lighting? How are we going to improve our safety lighting? And so this particular program really addresses that needs for our parks.
Thank you. And then just being at Beale Park last night with the concerts, noticing again, it's a bit dark in that park. What are the plans?
That is actually a current project, CDBG funded, right? to enhance the lights. All the court lights and the park lights need to be upgraded at Beal Park.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
Anthony. And to you, Mr. Clegg, any final comments?
Just want to add two pieces. One related to this, the conversation around the lights program, but the PARI is similar. As I look at the overall city budget, one of the, I think, symptoms, of the years that were very lean for Bakersfield is that many of the regular maintenance budgets that you would typically expect to see in a city budget just weren't there because there weren't the funds. And so the departments had to kind of scrape from operating funds to do some of this maintenance and capital work as possible. And often it just got deferred, an extra year, an extra 2 or 3 years. And so, actually putting dollars in for the block walls, putting dollars in for lights, putting dollars in for these smaller park amenities, these are costs that, we experience every year, and we've just been finding ways to kind of, rob Peter to pay Paul historically. And these aren't huge dollar amounts, but it is important to have, these funds in there. And so, like, for example, the BLNC, when we established the BLNC now as a city-owned facility, we've got an annual CIP allocation that's going in there because we know that the HVAC is going to have an issue, or there's going to be some plumbing or some maintenance. And so these are just good best practices, having some funds set aside to address what the experience is already telling us is the costs of doing business, and being smart and being able to include that in those budgets. And so again, over the last couple of years, we've done the analysis and found where those costs are and make sure we budget against those into the future. The second point is definitely changing gears, but just wanted to also come back to the prioritization thought about the contingent projects. A couple of general thoughts and then one specific project from this list. When we look at the contingencies, there are a few, at least in my mind, principles that we're trying to think through, and that's actually where you have a project, of course, that has grant funding that we're needing to comply with a grant timeline. That's going to have some prioritization. If it's a shovel-ready project that we can leverage to get other funds, that's a priority. I think also, though, one of the realities we may face, going into this next year is that even though we expect revenues to be flat, we're seeing the cost of labor and our bids on projects continue to escalate. And so we may have to choose between getting projects done that have already been designed and maybe even already bid, and have to say, well, we're going to forego one of those contingent projects to make sure we've got enough money to fund an existing project that's ready and on the books. And so it's maybe less about prioritizing just within, but those are some of the principles I think we're thinking about as how do we make sure we best use our dollars for things that are ready to go and not increase costs by delaying projects that are ready because you wait another 6 months or 12 months, the cost is probably only going to go up. And then the last thought, though, is on those projects, I did want to point out the Beach Park irrigation system. That is one where I think it's less of an enhancement as it is really a need. If that well, we're fortunate right now, groundwater's, looking like it'll be probably in a good shape. We've made some repairs, it's working. But if that system goes out, the replacement could be more expensive if done on an emergency basis. So that is one where I think it is a high priority. But the other projects on the list were really, there because of the different life cycles, and that we, if we had to pick only so many of those, I think that would be a healthy council consideration at mid-year.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Whoever's doing the recruiting for Adopt a Park, good job, because I'm signing a lot more of those contracts now. So thank you for your outreach on that. Let's take a 10-minute break. All right, reconvening at 1:47. And Mr. Clegg, if you don't have any comments, we'll just welcome our Water Resources Department. This is your your debut.
Yes, my debut. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mayor, council members. I'll be presenting the City of Bakersfield's Water Resources Department budget for fiscal year 23-24.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And we have that, so you don't need to read it to us.
Perfect. So I just want to start off with what are we all about? What is the Water Resources Department all about? And the main reason for the Water Resources Department is to manage the city's water resources and assets to provide a firm, reliable water supply to its residents to meet the current and long-term needs. And by doing that, the first thing that we do is preserving and protecting the water rights and water properties acquired by the city on December 22nd, 1976 to provide for future orderly growth of the city. And this is being done also simultaneously right now. We have a water master plan that we are under contract and working through. We're in the beginning stages, but that's just to shore up and preserve and protect the city's water rights. We also provide high-quality drinking water throughout the city's municipal water system. That involves water quality testing and making sure that we're providing the cleanest and safest drinking water to our residents. Wholesaling the city's Kern River water to water treatment plants. We, like I said, we have water rights off of the Kern River. We sell that water to other surface water treatment plants, and that assists in our efforts for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Utilize our surface water as much as we can to meet those drinking water needs. Also implementing the Kern River Conjunctive Use Optimization Project by increasing the flows in the Kern River Channel to bank groundwater to support municipal well fields. So we do operate at about 80% groundwater, 20% surface water. So one of those times that we do have abundant surface water supplies, maximize our conjunctive use by recharging this water so that it is available during those drought periods. We also provide the proper distribution and delivery of Kern River water flows from Isabella Lake Reservoir. We act as essential records on the Kern River, making sure that all water agencies and entities are, we are entitling the water. We take into account every single drop of water in the Kern River and in Lake Isabella and assign it to one of 5 entities. And so that's something that we do. Also maintaining all records of Kern River supplies, including water master records and spreading and extraction of water. Like I said, we are the central records of the Kern River. We are responsible for accounting for and balancing out all groundwater accounts as well as surface water supplies. We also perform scheduled and required repairs to river weirs, head gates, canals, turnouts, and facilities, and maintain the Kern River levee system. This is extremely one of our top priorities that we do, especially on a year like this with such high flows of the Kern River, ensuring that we have that Kern River levee system in place and properly maintained so that we can safely divert this water throughout the city of Bakersfield. And lastly, maintaining and repairing drainage basins located throughout the city. We have extensive stormwater recharge basins and drainage basins that capture the stormwater, or that capture rainwater when we get it, and we're able to recharge that as stormwater runoff and gets credited into the city's account. So we'll start off with the River and Ag Division for the Water Resources Department, our accomplishments. So we were able to rehabilitate and repair over 172 stormwater drainage basins throughout the city and replacing the perimeter fencing of 6 sumps. Like I said, it's important for us to maintain these drainage basins so that we're able to capture and have the capacity to capture that precipitation events that we've had. We're having higher rain events, and so we need to make sure that they're properly maintained to be able to handle all that stormwater runoff. We've also replaced approximately 145 concrete panels along the Kern River Canal to improve the flow of water and reduce water seepage throughout the system. In the picture, you can see them performing that work. In the background, we have homes. This is, I believe, in the Westchester area, so it's important that we maintain reliable infrastructure to our residents and that we're able to continue to operate the Kern River Canal as it's designed. We've also, with the helps of Rec and Parks, we also performed an extensive maintenance project at the Mill Creek Park area where we replaced weir structures and hardscaping of the canal banks. That was a major accomplishment for the River and Ag Division. We also diverted over 30,000 acre feet through the Kern River and city-owned properties. This is taking into account the historic drought that we are kind of coming out of with this wet season. And so 30,000 acre feet is a plus from the previous year, but this upcoming year we'll have a lot more because of this high rain event. And then we also received a grant of $1.3 million through the Department of Water Resources Integrated Regional Water Management Program for the reconstruction of the Kern River Canal backup weir. So that was a main accomplishment for the River and Ag, getting some grant funding to help repair that weir. And then we talk about the domestic water division. One of the main accomplishments that we've had there is completed the construction of CBK 65. It's a water well in Stockdale River Ranch. It's shown in the image there. And that allows us to make sure that we have adequate water system pressures in that Stockdale Ranch area. It was a new well with that development that occurred in that area. We were required to put a new well on site to meet those demands. We also performed repairs and maintenance on 374 fire hydrants, to ensure they are fully operational in case of any emergency. We also performed 147 inspections of new dedicated fire water service lines, which provide water to buildings and sprinkler suppression systems to make sure that they are well equipped in the event of a fire. We also performed filtration media changeouts of granular activated carbon for the treatment of TCP at multiple well sites. Again, ensuring our residents that we're providing them the safest and cleanest drinking water. We also implemented the commercial and industrial rebate for turf to gutter replacements, further promoting water conservation in high demand customers. And that was a result of the governor's order to ban the watering of commercial and industrial customers. And so in working with Cal Water, we implemented this program to offer this rebate program to those commercial customers so that they're able to reap the same benefits that our residents do, and just promoting water conservation in the city of Bakersfield. And so now we'll start talking about our proposed operating budget. To begin, we'll start talking about our current water fund balance. It's just under $43 million, with $7.8 million being in the River and Ag division, as well as $34.9 million being in the domestic division. So our total anticipated revenues are approximately $39.5 million. Of this, the River and Ag is estimated to amount to about $5.2 million. Domestic division's estimated revenues amount to $32.7 million. And then the connection fees are an estimated at $1.6 million. The connection fees are a separate funding source that's utilized to, as new development occurs, to fund necessary domestic system improvements, like a new groundwater well, for example, like that CBK 65 that I just showed you guys. That's something that would do. In addition, there's a note right underneath the connection fee line that shows additional revenue from a proposed 10% rate increase, if approved, will amount to $3.2 million on top of just current water rates. So the total estimated operating budget for the department is $53.6 million. It is an increase of about 20% from last year. And this operating budget number includes, our budget, our debt service payments, CIPs, salaries, and also a new deputy city attorney that Water Resources will be funding. So the River and Agricultural Division accounts for $9.2 million. From last fiscal year, we are proposing an increased operating budget of $2.85 million. And a major proponent of this is just the capital improvement projects that I will be discussing a little bit later. The remaining increase lies in the operations and salary increases, as well as the new position reclassification request that I'll be discussing later. The domestic division's proposed operating budget is $44.4 million, an increase of $6.4 million from last year. We did have decreases in salaries in the domestic water fund, and that's because we've had higher salary employees leave and retire from the city and have still vacant positions, or they're going to be hired at lower salary rates. So we did have some savings there. Operations did increase about almost $3 million. That's because of the repair and maintenance costs of our domestic water system. This includes granular activated carbon changeouts and the increased unit cost of these changeouts. That accounted for approximately $750,000 in that line item. In addition, other outside services are increasing by $1.1 million. This includes the increased fee from Cal Water to operate and maintain our domestic water system, and other additional maintenance like TCP and arsenic monitoring and treatment. It's also important to note these increased costs also include growth in population of our domestic system area, our domestic service area. As the city continues to grow, so do our operating costs, so that's important to note. So next I'll move on to capital improvement projects. One second. Thank you. So our capital improvement projects are vital to the operation of the department. In total for fiscal year 2024, we have a total of $10.3 million of projects, $7.2 million being for the domestic division, and $3.1 being for river and ag. And then of these 10, no, I didn't say that. For the domestic division, there's an increase of $3.39 million in CIPs. This is an increase from last year of $3.39 million in capital improvement projects. There are no new capital improvement projects that are being proposed for the domestic division. One of the main CIP projects is the Stockdale River Ranch tank. We're putting a storage tank in the Stockdale River Ranch to continue to provide sufficient fire flows. And that CIP was in the design phase for 22-23, and so now we will be undergoing construction, which is estimated to cost $2.1 million. Our CBK 25 groundwater well, which also falls under our wellhead facilities upgrade, has also been in the design phase, so that's also being planned for construction, which is why the increase for our CIPs for the domestic division is occurring. The River and Ag division is proposing an increase in capital improvement projects of $3.39 million. This main increase for this amount is the River Canal Backup Weir reconstruction project. The city was awarded an integrated regional water management implementation grant for this project of $1.35 million. It's me taking a picture with the big check. The city will make up the difference of this expected $5.2 million, which is why we are prioritizing this to be reconstructed. As we have the grant funding available, we're going to move forward with completing this project. And the design aspect of this project is already complete. And then there's only one new CIP project that the department is proposing. It's the water diversion facilities upgrade. In particular, with the flow rates we have seen this year, we have identified the need to rehabilitate certain diversion facilities and identified some that need to be replaced. So we have developed a plan to upgrade these facilities, and this CIP results in an increase of $250,000 annually. So I always like to include this chart. It's our Bakersfield water purveyor rate comparisons compared to our other water purveyors in the area. So that $31.92 shown on our graph under the city of Bakersfield, that is with our proposed rate increase already included. So it's important to know that we, compared to other water purveyors, we are still one of the cheapest water supplies, and being able to provide residents safe and clean drinking water at a reasonable rate is important to the Water Resources Department. So now I'll move on to the proposed new positions reclassifications. The first new position that is being proposed is a domestic water superintendent. This is a new position. The draft job specifications have already been provided to HR. As I mentioned previously, we have a river and ag division and a domestic division, and this water superintendent will focus solely on the domestic division. Currently, we have one water resource superintendent that's responsible for overseeing the operation and maintenance of the river and ag division. This includes the planning and prioritizing of over 400 stormwater recharge basins and ensuring that 40 miles of the Kern River and its diversions are fully operational and maintained, while also being responsible for overseeing the domestic water division, which includes fire hydrant maintenance, new tract inspections, the planning of granular activated carbon changeouts, and plan checks of new development. Current workloads of both divisions has resulted in the domestic water supervisor to work out of class to relieve duties of the existing superintendent to ensure proper attention is given to both divisions and maintain operational efficiency in both areas. The domestic water superintendent will focus on the domestic water division and will result in increased efficiency in the operation and maintenance of both systems, as well as give attention to both water quality, water conservation, and our efforts in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We also are proposing to reclassify a maintenance craft worker 2 to a senior maintenance craft worker, and this is critical to the increase in CIP projects and ongoing maintenance and repairs that we're undergoing. Currently, the department has 2 maintenance craft worker 1s and 1 maintenance craft worker 2, and the existing maintenance craft worker 2 is working out of classes to support these projects, and this will also result in succession planning within the department. The next position is a clerk typist 1, and this is needed for front desk coverage and clerical duties for the department. Every year, annually, we employ a temporary clerk typist, and that's what we've done in the past to cover those duties. The cost for this new clerk typist 1 will be offset by, eliminating the need to hire a temporary clerk typist employee. The next new position that we're proposing is a light equipment operator, and this is needed to help maintain the city's 2,800 acres recharge facility, the 400 recharge basins, and then homeless encampment cleanups in drainage basins, canals, and Kern River. Currently, we have 2 light equipment operators. Like I said, we have 400 drainage basins that we need to responsible for maintaining and repairing as needed. Currently, in the past, we've had increased encampment cleanups in sumps that has taken time and resources away from doing necessary routine maintenance on these drainage basins. And so, with this new light equipment operator, we'll be able to address resident complaints as well as making sure that our necessary routine maintenance is completed, so that we're able to maintain capacities as well as doing other equipment activities. So with these 3 additions, we would go from a staffing complement of 32 to 35, and just since 2015, that would be an increase of 7 employees. The Water Resources Department, as well as the City of Bakersfield, it keeps growing, and the amount of work that's being done with the existing staff the workload is increasing. And so with these new employees being granted, we would be able to continue to provide the necessary service for the department. And so on there I have what the proposed organizational chart would look like. So with the domestic water superintendent, it's highlighted with the red box around it. That would be our new addition. That would refocus to the domestic water division. Our existing water resource superintendent will be over the river and ag division. The light equipment operator will fall under sump maintenance and operations of the river and ag water, and the clerk typist will fall under support staff. We are also proposing an internal service request of 2 service maintenance trucks. Currently, we have no designated vehicles to staff, and a shortage of trucks reduces the efficiency of both divisions. Shortages of trucks delay maintenance activities, including the operation and maintenance of the 14,000 fire hydrants, 2,800 acres recharge facility, 400 stormwater basins, as well as that 40 miles of Kern River corridor and the canal diversions. One example of why this is a specific need for our department, we have 2 engineer technicians that are both trained to be conducting new development inspections and fire line inspections. However, there's only 1 vehicle for them to use, and so this will increase our operational efficiency by, with a new vehicle, we can double the amount and reduce the amount of time taken in the planning of these inspections. And with that, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. Questions, colleagues? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Daniel. Mine is really more of a request, and I think this almost goes really to city manager. We really need a standard format that all departments adhere to, a spreadsheet you send them when they develop their budget, that here's the category for revenues. Most companies just send you the spreadsheet, you fill it in so that it's standardized for every department, the format you would like, and the rest of us could understand, because it's too hard to follow when we verbally talk about the revenues here, verbally talk the expenditure, verbally, and we can't in our head pull it all together. So, but I think normally that would come down from city manager's office, say, everybody uses this format every year, always. And sometimes, you'll have 3 years of revenues or the variance and explanation of variance. It's a real standard format, and I think Christian knows what I'm talking about. But we need to top down that, so when we look at it, we say, oh, okay, revenues went up X percent, and here's Daniel's explanation. Costs went up in each category. So we see at a glance, capital improvements, and here's a little list, but you can summarize a lot of this, and then we get the big picture. Everything's well done here, good explanation, but it's hard for us to get the big picture. If we end up with a general plan that says, oh, well, revenues are up 7%, but expenses are up 13 in the total, well, that's just supposed to be a roll-up of all these departments, so we could go back and, well, where was that? And explain it to people who ask us and justify it, because this is just a format issue, but it's a communication issue we're trying to absorb all this. First time we've ever seen it real quick at the meeting. We don't even get it in advance to read over. So I just would like to see us do that in the future. And if you can even do that before you publish a final budget, if you could have helped that each department, you did that summary, that'd certainly be helpful. It'd certainly be helpful to me, and I think other people, it's an open budget. You can go to the website and look at things. It'd be helpful for everybody, and it gives you a chance to explain your variances too. So people don't even have to call you up and ask. It's that, oh, here's what it was. Far right, have them call them. Those are, they'd just be extremely helpful. But you have all the information, Daniel. Thank you. Good job on this. That's my comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. The variance notes also help so much. I noticed that on nonprofit boards that we're required to do that for our board members, and that answers exactly what you're addressing, is that in advance you can see that very quickly. Thank you. And now, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Just appreciate the water department, and we've worked with a potential natural disaster here in the last couple of months, and we diverted that because of the measures we took and some luck along the way with good weather and the dam being completed. But appreciate the efforts of the water department on that. You mentioned the River Canal Weir and a grant. That is the weir at Coffee Road that has all the pipes going over it right now.
Correct. And we have the design already in 100% plans. We were delayed with this water. We were scheduled to start construction this year. However, with the increased flows, we were unable to, and we pushed it off probably till next year. With that new weir, when it's installed and reconstructed, those pipes would not be necessary the next event that we have.
Thank you. And you also mentioned upgrade diversions along the river. We maintain those diversions and we split cost with the other water users from the river water. Does that include upgrading these diversions and the capital improvements? Does that money split or not?
The water facilities upgrades for the River and Ag Division is more geared towards our 2,800 acres facilities, and those ones are owned and operated
Okay.
solely by the city of Bakersfield. The other weirs, there are some cost splitting that is conducted, and so we would share costs when we do those types of work. But what's being presented for the CIP is more geared just to solely city-owned structures in our 2,800 acres facility.
Okay, gotcha. So like the river canal where that would be split?
That one
No.
is completely owned by the city of Bakersfield.
But the operation of it facilitates water to other districts?
Correct. There's no mechanism to recover costs with that specific weir. There are for majority of the other weirs in the river, or for that river canal. There's no cost sharing mechanism in place.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you for the operation during this critical time.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo that comment and thank you, Mr. Maldonado, for stepping up and providing a lot of leadership in your department, along with Mr. Hallen, who's done a heck of a job as well, and your whole department for all the work in this extraordinary year, and for keeping us and our community safe and water flowing through the river in a safe way. Really appreciate all the effort, and my hat's off to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado, for all of your efforts and for the increased communication. I think we're hearing less concern from our residents because of the coordinated communication. So thank you for that. I don't see any other requests. Mr. Clegg, any final comments?
Thank you, Mayor. No.
Right. Well, thank you. Now, Public Works. And now we're in the second half, so you have the greater challenge, you second halfers, having a scintillating, interesting, vibrant presentation as we're a little wearier. As long as you don't read us, that will help. Read us stuff
Very
that
good.
we can already see.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Greg Strakalus, Public Works Director. Today, the Public Works team has the privilege of presenting the department's proposed $177 million operating budget along with its $68 million capital improvement program. But first, I'd like to thank members of my department, specifically the managers, the superintendents, and the fiscal service managers and accountants for their hard work in delivering this. We were without Roseanne Padley, our fiscal manager, early on this year, but we've covered for her. And as well as the city manager's office and the finance department for their guidance and direction. In delivering this presentation, it won't be me alone. Mr. Luis DePete, our Assistant Public Works Director, will present some of the accomplishments of his divisions he oversees, and then Mr. Zach Meyer will also present accomplishments under his division for this past year. Also joining me is Mr. Navdeep Grewal, who is Engineering Design Manager. He'll run down the proposed list of the $68 million worth of capital improvement programs. So to get started, Public Works has a mission, and the mission is to maintain and expand the city's public works infrastructure and services effectively and efficiently while providing quality services to all citizens and to achieve sustainable community, promoting healthy living and mobility for all. We are a big city. We are 151 plus square miles, and we are the second most affordable city in California, which means we will grow. And we are a department of 478 full-time employees, covering just over 407,000 residents. In its most basic form, the department has 12 divisions. the administration division, we have 5 engineering branches, subdivisions, traffic, design, Thomas Roads Improvement Program, and construction. We have 6 service-oriented divisions, wastewater, stormwater, solid waste, fleet, streets, and general services, and of course the municipal airport. Again, Bakersfield's a large city, and how do we cover such a large city? Well, one of the ways is we work well with other city departments. They help us be our eyes out there to inspect certain locations on a daily basis. But also we have this great thing called the Bakersfield City Mobile App. We have an entire community encompassing the city residents who participate and can text us or use that mobile app to provide service requests for things like potholes, graffiti removal, streetlight outages, and a whole long list of other items that we respond to. Now, in terms of workflow changes over the course year, it was really important for us to deliver a very large and complex capital improvement program. It was also important for us to address transportation safety and to extend our abilities given the staff shortages we saw this year. So we had some process changes and some minor organizational changes. One of those is in terms of signs and markings from general services going to streets. With as much street resurfacing we're doing, the close coordination for signs and markings with streets was imperative. We've made that change. And also, as the TRIP program, the Thomas Roads Improvement Program, winds down, we wanted to capture a lot of the great ways we're able to build the freeway system and apply them to local projects. So we created the Advanced Project Delivery / TRIP division, which is co-managed by Paul Archer and Ravi Puttapetti. So their charge is to tackle the capital improvement program in a way that is innovative. You've already seen several design-build approaches come before council. We want to continue that, but we also want to continue construction or start construction management at risk approaches. We want to talk about performance incentives as well for contractors. So these are some of the things that we've done internally over the course of the last year to help expedite our work in service and capital improvement. So in terms of the fiscal year we are currently in, our total operating cost is $167 million, just over that. And our capital improvement program is a $70 million plus capital improvement program. Again, I'll let the assistant directors talk about some of the accomplishments, but I did want to note that there were some challenges across over the past year. Recruitment and retention, we've hit that with the resolution of union agreements and also job fairs. We're doing some great recruitment, and as a matter of fact, we've seen our vacancy rate improve from 16% over the last year of vacancy to 12% now. We're on a good trajectory now. And some of the other things, record rainfall this year, which created a lot of potholes. We had Kern River flows that we wanted to support and improve the shoring up of the embankment of the Kern River. Vandalism and theft continues to be a problem, particularly for copper in our electrical systems. Transportation safety, we're full force on trying to address issues there with traffic calming. And equipment and material delays, we're still seeing some of those delays in the business. And of course, construction prices are increasing. Those are some of the challenges, but we were able to accomplish a lot. And so for this point, I'd like to turn it over to Luis.
Good afternoon, Luis Topete, Assistant Public Works Director. I oversee the engineering and construction in our side of the Public Works. I would like to start this accomplishments by, if you allow me 1 minute, to acknowledge all of the managers that are here, but most importantly, their staff. It is their teamwork and their efforts that make all this accomplishment possible. Without their efforts, I wouldn't be here talking about any accomplishments. So I just wanted to mention that before I start. So let's start with the Thomas Roads Improvement Program. As we see there, and if you drive 24th Street, you will see some of the new sound walls that were built this year. So that's one of our accomplishments for this program. And obviously, our freeways. You have the Centennial Corridor project and also the Bakersfield Freeway Connector. Those two projects, the construction of the two projects were advanced to 90% plus. As a matter of fact, the Bakersfield Freeway Connector is already open to the public. We still have some work to do before we officially get the project accepted by Caltrans. So we're on task to do that. And the main line for the Centennial Corridor, we're working with the contractors so that they can, right now the estimate is that we will complete this project by the end of the summer. So we're good on those two projects. And then, I don't know if you have heard about this new design. We're working on design for a new movement that is not included with the Centennial, the current projects. This design is around 95% already. It is a connector for the eastbound 58, which is Westside Parkway coming to town in the eastbound direction, and connecting directly to 99 northbound. So it's a great project that we're working on. In this slide on the right-hand side, you will see our concept for landscaping at that interchange. We are trying to combine the civil work and the loop connector with the package of the landscaping and hardscaping. So we will package it all together, and we will get our authorization to proceed. This project is funded with state STIP money. We still have to go through the CTC for our allocation, and we are planning to do that in the early part of the fall. So that is the California Transportation Commission. Once we get that allocation, we will move forward with bidding, awarding, and construction. So it's a great project that we're going to have here very soon. On the left-hand side, we have the Hosking and 99 interchange landscaping / hardscaping that we designed. We partnered with Caltrans to do the work. They had a construction project on 99. We partnered, they accepted our design, implemented into their project, and they actually did a change order with their contractor to implement the work. They are about 85% done with this project, and the estimated time of completion is the summer. Our objectives, as I mentioned, open the Bakersfield Freeway Connector. More than open it, it's already open, so we'll just finish the last details, and then we will open the main line. We continue to acquire right-of-way and look for funding for the Hageman flyover. The construction of the 9958, this new project that I talked about, that we are about 95% complete, and we're trying to package the landscaping along with the work. And then we will continue our efforts to beautify the highways within the city limits. Moving on into infrastructure delivery, this includes all the engineering divisions. Every year we have pavement rehab projects. This year we completed the White Lane, Union Avenue, California Avenue. Those are already completed. And then we have road widenings, Hageman, Panama, Hosking, and Weibel, and completed traffic signals. The Ming Avenue and Grand Island is already completed, and the Harris and Young Street is about to start the construction activities, I believe, this week, as a matter of fact. As far as sanitary sewer rehabs, we have a few projects. We have a few projects here in downtown. Multiple manholes and pipelines were rehabbed, and we have 3 lift stations. Same with the stormwater improvements. Here in downtown, we had the V Street and the Pistol Range pump stations that were done. I have some photos on the V Street that I will share with you in a moment. Facilities, we have the City Hall North emergency generator that was already awarded. The Mesa Marine Sports Complex, That project was actually bid last year. Unfortunately, we only had one bidder, and the prices were pretty high. So we regrouped, made some changes, and we're going out to bid again in hopes for better prices, better competition. So we'll see how that one goes. Kaiser Permanente Sports Village, that project is almost complete, and we're anticipating completion this summer. These are the photos from our V Street storm drain improvements. A great project for the flooding issues that we had in downtown. So this is going to help tremendously. As you can see here, we increased the capacity of their main lines, but more importantly, we built a basin that, again, it will help a lot with our issues in downtown. This project, by the way, was funded with ARPA funds. Continuing with infrastructure delivery, street lighting, we partner with PG&E. They will be installing street lights in some of the existing poles on MLK, Casa Grande, Madison. So they will be doing that. Our Mount Vernon and Heritage Park is almost done. The project is complete. Just a few details, but we're basically done. Mount Vernon Avenue, that project will be awarded here coming up pretty soon. Oh, I'm sorry, that one will be done. And then A Street and Cedar, the design is complete, and we'll be putting it out to bid along with Bell Terrace. We're still in design. We're about to complete the project, so we'll probably go out to bid this summer with that project. The neighborhood traffic calming and safety, complete streets and multi-use pathway projects. We have a list of projects that we already awarded. We enter into contracts for the design of this project. Some are more advanced than others, but we have Chester, 18th and 19th Street, Niles, and 8th Street. All these projects are in design, some of them nearing completion. In this group, the Fry and Kern multi-use path improvements, that project is currently bidding. As a matter of fact, we have the bid opening this week on Thursday, I believe. So we're hoping for good pricing so that we can advance this project into construction. As far as grant projects, same thing. We have Garza's, the medium projects, signal backplates and school beacons, adopted traffic signals that are currently in design, and we're hoping to complete those soon so that we can go out and start building those. Highway beautification, I touched on Hosking. However, this is the guitar on the overpass. We're working very close with Caltrans so that we can complete that design. And then the West Side Parkway, we actually went out to bid. The bids came in a little higher than our budget, so we're analyzing our finances to see we're able to award that contract and move forward with the construction of this project. Bridges, as far as bridges, we completed the Manor Street Bridge. That was a rehab. And then we had PD and Fire Department Animal Control Center facilities improvements also. From our engineering operations, we have the subdivisions group. They completed new planned sewer areas, one at Gosford and MLK. They finalized maps and tracks. They did annexations, development reviews, and they issued over 1,400 street and encroachment permits. Our traffic engineering group, they did some warrant studies, traffic signal timing adjustments as they do all the time. They completed a new neighborhood traffic calming plan, and they answered to requests, and currently they are working on an active transportation plan, the development of that active transportation plan. Our objectives, the circulation plan update, a circulation map update, impact fee nexus report, a consolidated maintenance district review and management, the adopted traffic signal timing, and continue to provide responsive and supportive customer service to permit applicants. So that's what we have from my side of the equation. At this point, I would like to turn it over to our Public Works Director again.
And I'll just introduce Zach Meyer, Assistant Public Works Director, on the operational aspects of the department accomplishment.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I'm Zach Meyer, Assistant Public Works Director. I oversee the operations sections in Public Works. So starting off with the Streets Division, some of the big accomplishments was one, the downtown and Mill Creek spruce up for the convention last fall. I'll just add this was also done in coordination with General Services. There was a lot of work done by both those sections to accomplish that project. Also 9,000 linear feet of new sidewalk and 300 new ADA compliance ramps, 550 lane miles of pavement, striping, and 8 miles of improved bike lanes. Installed 6 new radar flashing traffic signs. This item is part of a bigger effort in Public Works to improve traffic calming and safety in the public right-of-way. Replaced 15,000 linear feet of curb and gutter for improved drainage. Serviced 600 miles of sanitary sewer system. Participated in storm and flood preparations. It was already touched on all the rain we had this past winter. Our street section and their stormwater teams worked day and night during some of those rain events to try to minimize flooding as much as possible. And 38,400 curb miles swept for street sweeping and 323 traffic signs replaced. I turn it off. Okay, for going into next year, so innovative pavement management, or I'll talk more about pavement on the next slide. Increased volume of roads resurfaced. Complete $1.7 million in CDBG curb, gutter, and sidewalk projects. Implement quick build traffic calming and safety projects, and continue our operations in the streets for street sweeping, stormwater maintenance, and sewer maintenance. So just to expand a little bit more on paving within the Streets Division, we did 5.8 million square feet of streets resurfaced in-house, or 100 lane miles. 4 million square feet of street resurfaced outsourced, or 27 linear miles. So the bulk of this one for the 4 million miles of square feet was a slurry seal project that we did this past year. We want to continue to look at other ways to do resurfacing projects that are more cost effective and give us a lot of bang for our buck. And the last one, 19 miles of paved alleyways. This is a program we started ramping up quite a bit during the winter seasons when it's when the weather isn't ideal for paving some of the major roads. So our crews switched to alleyways, and most of the emphasis this past year was in the Old Kern area. Moving on to General Services, again, they were they're very instrumental with the downtown Mill Creek Spruce Up project. Also, 11,500 graffiti sites abated and expanded metro service areas with Kern County. So Kern County is willing to give us funding to expand our graffiti program into some of their major corridors near the city. This is an effort that's going to consist of a couple full-time positions we're proposing next year, as well as temporary staff and outside contractors. Next, moving on, 1,586 streetlight repairs, 3 HVA systems to rooftops, reflective traffic signals and backplates. Again, this is another element of traffic calming and traffic safety. Some of their projects related to space remodels, multiple police fire department projects, animal care center and plumbing. These are projects within the capital improvement program to maintain the quality of our facilities. Also 213 after-hour traffic signals and service calls, 38 emergency responses to crashes, and Held manufacturer responsible for replacing 120 defective streetlights. I want to jump back to the 213 after-hour traffic signals and service calls. Again, we've seen a lot of vandalism increase in some of our electrical infrastructure throughout the city in the right-of-way, and our crews have done a really good job addressing those. Moving into next year, continue to ramp up metro area graffiti removal and maintain a line of sight. Build resiliency into all infrastructure, including continued facility maintenance, upgrade old infrastructures, and again, continue to place an emphasis on our capital improvement program. General Services does quite a bit of these projects and to try to accomplish what we set out to do each fiscal year. Moving into wastewater and stormwater, the first three items are consistent with previous years. 31 million gallons of wastewater treated per day, produced 206 million gallons of tertiary treated water, recycled nearly 5,000 tons of biosolids. We'll say we're still seeing a pretty flat flow increases at our treatment plants, probably still due to low flow devices being recommended throughout the city and water conservation efforts. Items 4, 5, and 6 relate to the capital improvement program related to wastewater, rehabilitated 6 aeration basins and 4 primary clarifiers, replace the hydrogen sulfide scrubber tanks. So that's tanks that treat digester gas to make sure we meet Air Board standards. Began upgrades to programmable logic controllers at both plants. So for this item number 6, we're seeing a need for a lot of improvement at Plant 2 and Plant 3 for electrical infrastructure due to the plant's aging, as well as some of the communication elements at those plants. So year over year, you'll see a continued recommendations to do electrical improvements at both plants and reviewed rate code structures for heavy industrial dischargers. For next year, for objectives, try to reduce anticipated repairs, try to get more preventative with computer maintenance management systems and proactive inspections. Continue to evaluate the highest and best use of treated wastewater and the continued emphasis on our capital improvement program. Diving into solid waste, 1 and 2 are kind of indicators of our current levels of service. Uninterrupted service for 114,000 accounts, process 167,000 tons of organics. We continue to hold our monthly drop-off pop-up events. We've been doing this program for about 2 years, and the data continues to show that those programs are very effective. We completed a new administrative building at our Mount Vernon organics recycling facility. Continued our SB 1383 implementation to try to remove more organics from the landfill, and so far our efforts with CalRecycle have been positive. Number 6, expanded the management of the Downtown Street Ambassadors Program and Clean City Initiatives Program. We did add more contracted or added more contractors to our Clean City Initiative Program. You can see that chart at the bottom that shows year-to-date how effective the Clean City Initiative Program has been. These are solid waste figures. And they continue to support Rec and Parks, police, and code enforcement with their role in the Clean City Initiative. And then we continue to identify new markets for organics material we need to move after we've processed it at our Mount Vernon organics facility. So going into next year, objectives, increased level of service and servicing capabilities, continue to educate, inform, and enforce to increase solid waste diversion. This is another SB 1383 component. Continue master planning of facilities. So we are doing a lot of planning in solid waste to plan for growth, and as growth increases, we may need to improve our infrastructures or add infrastructure to make things move more smoothly and efficiently, and continue to market recovered materials to maximize revenue. Moving into fleet, the first 4 items are some of our service level standards, 3,754 preventive maintenance services, over 11,000 equipment repairs, 218 new pieces of equipment acquired, and 117 auction pieces of equipment. We're still seeing some types of specialized pieces of equipment still take a long time to procure and find build slots for, just because there's still some scarcity for some of the specialized equipment like street sweepers and refuse vehicles. We did expand the police department fleet services garage and completed the fleet services division assessment report. For going into next year, we do like to try to reduce dedicated vehicles and expand pool vehicle use. So by looking at certain vehicles that don't get a lot of use, if we could pool them with other like divisions or departments, we could either eliminate the need of some equipment or repurpose that equipment to an area that's in need of equipment. Relieve specialized equipment and equipment services and make department divisions responsible. For example, maybe some of the specialized equipment at our Mount Vernon site have solid waste be responsible for that equipment and remove some of that burden on fleet. Vacancies is still a challenge in fleet, so continue to recruit, fill vacancies, retain, and train staff. Strengthen our capabilities through outsourcing services, increase preventive maintenance and repairs. Work on improving our customer service rating from a 3.7, try to get up closer to 5. And continue facility upgrades and expansion planning to accommodate city growth. Again, this goes back partially to the assessment we did and recognizing we may need to do some facility improvements similar to what we did at the police department fleet garage. Real brief, I'll talk about the airport. We did see an increase in fuel sales by 7.2% from last year to this year, so that shows improved usage at the airport. This past year, we did a lot of design work in preparation of future construction projects, rehab lighting system on runway 1634, design a precision approach path indicator technology, and designing automated weather observing system. So that kind of plays into our action plan for 23-24. Again, want to emphasize safety and efficiency at the airport, continue to manage our tenants to promote hangar development opportunities, the construction runway rehab of the path indicator technology and the automated weather observing system. And we are evaluating current airport lease rates and comparing us to other municipal airports of similar size to ours to see if we need to make any adjustments to those rates. So now I'll pass it back to Greg. Thank you.
Zach. All of that, and there's still 18 days left to the fiscal year. Real briefly, let's get to the operational budget numbers. In terms of this upcoming fiscal year, we're looking at an overall increase of 5.9% in the operating budget. But let me explain a little bit what that is. As you'll recall, there were a couple of cost of living increases or consumer price increases for solid waste and the wastewater, stormwater enterprise funds. Those revenue increases are contributing to some of the total increases there. Also, we had two agreements, both with Kern County, one for increasing graffiti removal into the metro area, and then the second was for increased illegal dumping performance. So with those revenue increases, that's one of the reasons why you're seeing this 5.9% increase. There are some minor increases also to materials and chemicals in the operations of what we do, and parts for equipment. So this pie chart just breaks this down into the funding categories, and you'll see that most of the funding sources are from enterprise funds. Then we have the fleet fund, which is an interdepartmental fund, 2% from PSVS, 19% of the total revenue side is from general fund for public works, and then we have some miscellaneous state and federal transportation development fund revenue sources. This table is just to point out those specific line items associated with liability, workers' comp. Those are the recurring themes in department budgets this year. We also want to point out some costs for increased parts and fuel, for example, utilities. Those are cost increases that we're seeing this fiscal year. To get more into the detail regarding that, we have in solid waste notable operating increases. The fleet rates, of course, have increased across the board for departments and divisions. And then an 8.5% operational increase related to route expansion and service cost and illegal dumping cleanup. Again, that's the revenue we're seeing there. No notable decreases. In the Sewer and Stormwater Enterprise Fund, we're seeing notable increases in salaries and benefits. There are new employees we're requesting. Liability and workers' comp rates have increased, fleet rates, and again, utilities. And with fleet, liability insurance increases, same theme, operational increases related to fuel, contracted services, and parts. And the General Development Fund, which covers engineering, general services, subdivisions, and traffic, streets, we see a 20% operational increase, mainly for the Metro Bakersfield Graffiti Abatement Program, the equipment, parts, and repair, street lighting, electricity, and again, liability and workers' comp. In terms of position requests, we are currently a department of 478, and we are requesting an additional 9 positions. You'll note that the 9 positions, 7 of them are within enterprise funds. And what I will speak to on that is during the rate assessments for both solid waste and wastewater enterprise funds, we were thinking about growth. We were thinking about these employees. So in the rates that we've just increased by the Consumer Price Index, those positions are covered. They are important positions for route expansion for solid waste, and also the number of carts we're managing in terms of a facility worker to help us manage the repair and distribution or delivery of those carts. In terms of wastewater, we do have a position dedicated to the proactive maintenance that Zach talked about. We want to get ahead of some of the inspections for the plant operations, and it's very important for this particular position to be dedicated to doing that and working with the crews out there. We also have a light equipment operator in wastewater, which will help us excavate some of the sludge buildup in some of the ponds out at the wastewater treatment plants. And that covers the request for new positions. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to Navdeep, who did a wonderful job on the capital improvement program to the Planning Commission. He could deliver it a whole lot quicker than I could. So there you go, Navdeep. Oh, I'm sorry. Not just yet. I did want to hit this slide about grants. We've had a pretty successful year in acquiring grants. We've applied for about $27 million worth of grants. We weren't awarded $7 million. We were awarded $9.7, and we're still waiting to hear back on about $10.6 million. As you hear about the capital improvement program for 23-24, in general, it's almost $68 million worth of capital improvement projects, about 82 projects, and most of those fall into the reliable infrastructure category of City Council goals. We do hit safety and resilience and also innovative and efficient government. This pie chart shows pretty much the majority of the CIPs going towards road improvements, whether it's resurfacing, whether it's a complete street. Secondly, we see bike, pedestrian, traffic calming projects getting a good portion of those requested CIP amounts. Then we have wastewater, solid waste, the enterprise fund CIPs, rounding it out. Just one more slide in terms of roads. Since it was receiving a significant request for funding, we wanted to put on this table, it's too much to read, but it's our work program for next year. It's a very intense and aggressive work program for resurfacing, for rehabbing our roads, and to getting out to as many locations as we can within the city streets. With that, I'll turn it over to Navdeep.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Goen, fellow members of the City Council. My name is Navdeep Graywal, and I'm the Design Engineering Manager, and I share the duties of overseeing the CIP for the city along with my colleague, Paul Archer. So I'm going to go ahead and begin on the fiscal year 23-24 CIP. So we're going to do our annual ADA transitional plan that we've been doing for a few years, which updates ADA access ramps around city facilities, city buildings. And we're going to be diving more into a multimodal transportation safety improvements. We already have two projects under design right now, MLK Boulevard and Niles and Monterey Complete Streets. And then we have several street improvement, street widening projects. The first one I want to touch up on is Panama Lane between Monitor Street and Union. We've been working on that project for a few years, but we've been doing the preliminary engineering and right-of-way acquisitions. We're close to start making the offers, and eventually we will go to utility relocation and construction. And then we have a few more new projects we're doing next year. Mountain Ridge from McCutcheon Road to Berkshire, which is by Miller Elementary. We have Ash Road and Stein Road at McKee. Those are going to be designing year one. Construction will be in year two. Then we have McKee Road at Weibel, which is nearing design completion, and we hope construction will start in spring 2024. And then lastly, the street improvements at Gray Crossings, which is basically widening Panama Lane to arterial width at Progress Road, which is the San Joaquin Valley Railroad crossing. Moving on, more street improvements. We have our gateway beautification projects, the downtown corridor enhancements. Those are underway for design. Chester Avenue from State Route 58 to Truxton, funded with PSVS. We're about 90% complete with design. We're hoping to advertise that project in the summer. It's contingent on two things. We applied for a RAISE grant. If we get the RAISE grant, we have to follow the federal procedures, which may delay the advertisement until January. If we don't get the RAISE grant, then it's locally funded and we can move forward a lot quicker. And then we have 18th and 19th Street corridor improvements. It's both 18th and 19th Street. It's a multi-phase project. The whole project is from F Street to O Street, but we're focusing on the first phase, which is L Street to O Street, and that's under design, and we hope to have design done by the end of summer. Have it out to bid, hopefully award a contract before the end of the year, have it go out to construction early part of 2024. Moving on, more improvement projects. We have our CDBG area, which is improving ADA accessibility around town. The curb, gutter, sidewalk improvements in the Alta Vista area, Benton area, Oleander, and East Truxton Avenue. And then the continuation of our Streets Division maintenance program. And specifically pavement rehabilitation, these are projects that Design Engineering Designs puts out to bid for contractors to build. First one's going to be Panama Lane from Gosford to Stein Road. That one is predominantly federally funded. We get about 89% federal funds from federal government, and we have to come up with 11% local match. And then we have two more, Buena Vista Road from White Lane to Stockdale, and Union from State Route 204 to Columbus, and both of those are funded with SB1 funds. And then we have bridge improvements on Beale Avenue over the UPR overcrossing. Moving on to streetlight improvements, we had a streetlight study completed a few years ago by a consultant, and this is just moving on to the next phases as recommended in the streetlight study. Things like improving intersections, vehicular accidents, bicycle safety. We're trying to light up those areas a little bit more. And then streetlight installation, which is CDBG funded. Again, it's federally funded, so the federal government covers about 90% of the costs, and we only have to come up with a local match. And that's in the Holtby area and the Sunset area. Median improvements, we have another federal funded median project on Jewetta, Panama Lane, Hosking, and Camino Media. Again, it's federally funded, so it helps with our local funds. And we have two more median designs on Weibel Road between McKee and Hosking, and then on Ash from Ming to Stockdale. Those are both designing year one, and the construction funding will be in year two. And moving on to traffic signals, we have a traffic signal we're going to install at Berkshire Road at Mountain Ridge. I mentioned earlier we have a widening on Mountain Ridge from McCutcheon to Berkshire. Along with that project, we're going to combine the traffic signal, and that's at the intersection area where Miller Elementary is. Two flashing beacons at Norris Elementary and Stern Elementary, and traffic signal battery backup system. And then landscape revegetation, we did the reconstruction rehab on Manor Street over the Kern River. That project's complete, but as part of our grant that we got, as part of our permit that we got through California's Fish and Wildlife Service, is we have to revegetate all the disturbances we had in the river. So that's what that is. As part of that permit, we have to go back and revegetate. Moving on, sewer improvements. We have a couple of projects, lift station rehab at Eucalyptus. That one, design and construction, we have in the first year. Then we have one on Ming Avenue, Grand Lakes. And lift station Romero and Boca del Rio. Both of those, again, because of the long design and lead time, design will be in year one. Construction will ask for funding next year. And then sewer line improvements on I Street. That project is a recommendation that we got from the downtown sewer master study. And then storm drain improvements. The first one, storm drain at miscellaneous locations. That is basically addressing broken cross gutters, siphons, and those miscellaneous locations will be just determined based on priority through council referrals. But the second one, storm drain improvements in the downtown area, that one is also going to be projects that are recommended by the downtown storm drain master study. We had two studies done, a downtown master sewer study and a storm drain study. So we're going to start addressing those CIP projects per those recommendations. And then just the ongoing program and rehabilitation to city sewer and storm facilities that our city streets department takes care of. Facilities, wastewater treatment plant, both plant 2 and 3, they have their miscellaneous improvements for upkeep, but plant 2 specifically has a bar screen upgrade they're doing and a booster blower upgrade. Municipal Airport has their miscellaneous improvements. They're updating their AWAS system, which I believe is an advanced weather observing system. Green Waste Facility has miscellaneous improvements, pavement repairs for upkeep. And other miscellaneous improvements we have at city facilities is a City Hall South Annex building restoration. We're going to do a feasibility study to try to modernize basement, first floor, second floor of the annex building. So year one will be design and construction funding will be in future years. And then the expansion of the animal care facility. Moving on, more miscellaneous improvements, courtyard exit gate, modifications to the elevator at the 18th and I Street garage. And lastly, we'll be rebidding Mesa Marin Sports Complex Phase 3. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Greg.
Thanks, Navdeep. But that concludes the department's budget on the operations and capital improvement side. The team stands ready to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Strakalus and team. It's amazing to see all of the responsibilities that your department has. And I think it's easy for us as residents just to not be aware that so much has to happen for us to enjoy the quality of life. So thank you to all of you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just reinforce 150 square miles is a lot of stuff to maintain, you know, street, sewer, everything you're talking about. And so really appreciate it. And some of the numbers you threw out, 11,500 graffiti sites. Yeah. I mean, that's just, I thought that would slow down over the years was the theory. You cleaned it up. It hadn't really happened, though.
No, it hasn't.
38,000 miles of streets swept. I think also I wanted to point out the Clean City Initiative and just everything we've been doing for a lot of years now with the downtown cleanup and the contracts with the homeless center and KernCog and just all the rapid response team pickups. And I mean, we really truly have a much cleaner city today than what we did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and it's really appreciated. I did want a lot of street repaving, and I think we're on the same page, but just wanted to reinforce as we repave those streets, we restripe them per the direction of the ad hoc committee, traffic safety committee.
Right. Our goal is definitely to take advantage of an opportunity to change things to help calm traffic and to buffer bike lanes and to make it more useful. So pavement striping is part of resurfacing. Yes, indeed.
Great, appreciate that. And then I've had some conversations with the city manager, and I think you're involved. I think that the ribbon cutting for the mainline Centennial Corridor is a great opportunity for a community-wide celebration. That project has been a long time, and it's something that everybody can get behind. So look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Mr. Myers shared a lot of great data related to the Clean City Initiative. Do you have any context that we can share with the public about how much improvement? So there are a lot of numbers there, but just going back some years, as Councilmember Smith says, there's been so much improvement. It would be helpful maybe to compare some data from past years to show how much impact to the public this initiative has had. But great job on that.
We can certainly do that.
Councilmember Smith. Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Greg. How many square miles is Manhattan?
Itty bitty
Are we
compared
bigger?
to this. 12, it's 12.
Yeah.
It's, yeah,
Yeah,
12 up
12
and
by
down.
2.
Yeah, 12 up and down.
Okay, just a few questions. One is, what's the useful life when we put in a new fully paved road? What's the useful, what's the useful life? Is it before you have to completely, rehab, dig down, redo the base, everything? There must be a rule of thumb we use.
Well, it's all about how well it's maintained, number one, and if it was built correctly in the first place. So I would say that, in my opinion, I think the useful life is somewhere around 20 years for a new road, maybe 25 years. And I'll look over to Kevin to see if he has a different number.
It depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about repairing the entire structural section or just the useful life of the cap.
No. When we build a new road
Yes.
from scratch, okay, and then I'm
So-
assuming when we have to do a total rehab, that's, the developer will build the road for the most part.
So the design
But
life,
when we do that total rehab, what does it, I've wondered, is the
Sure.
original road scheduled,
it's
estimated to
25
last about
years.
20 years?
25 years for a road designed from scratch.
Right.
And the real life of that road depends upon what happens to it in the meantime. If utilities get into it, if there's a lot of factors.
Yeah,
that
I
go into
understand we have to properly maintain, and we'll be doing slurry coats, we'll be doing stuff. How much does it cost us, which is, I guess, per lane mile, to do a total rehab?
Do you have an idea on that?
So traditionally, it's cost about $3.5 million for one full arterial width of one.
You're talking about 6 lanes or one lane?
The total 6 lanes.
6 lanes
Yeah, that's
is-
traditionally, but with inflation being so high, it's coming in at probably about $4.5, $5 million right now.
4.5 to 5 million per 6 lanes
Yeah.
per mile.
Right.
Okay.
We did California from Union to Washington. That was about 1.5 miles, and that
Okay,
came in
so
about
almost $1 million.
It was
per
about
lane
6.3.
mile.
Yes, that's where it
Yeah,
is right now.
but it was just to give people a perspective in how many roads we have and how we have to improve them. I see Mr. Boyle walked in a minute ago. This only drives home the point that if we, in our new general plan and in whatever, in the meantime we do, if we don't increase the density of housing in the city, our roads are going to fall apart. There's no way we could charge high enough taxes to ever maintain roads with 3 per acre in a town. We'll go bankrupt. And somehow we have to be sure our general plan, plus we can't build an affordable house anymore anyway, if we go in big lots, so the two work together. But I'm also wondering if we, in our community facilities districts, with the, in our tiers and our zones, you and I have been talking about that, if the formula when new homes built, and hey, I'm an old developer. I'm the fiscal conservative up here, but I want to be sure we can pay for things. I don't think that the district covers anything but about 1 mile of maintenance in front of the subdivision, not 6 lanes or 3 on either side. So when we build a new subdivision, we're able to charge yearly for, I suppose, the maintenance and eventual improvement of about 1 lane adjacent to the suburb. We're not able to do it. The formula doesn't include taking care of the other 2 lanes in the median, does it?
Well,
I mean, total rehab every 20 years?
Yeah, in talking to our subdivisions manager, I think there's a radius around the location that's incorporated. So all of the landscaping within the street or parks within that
Can
that
you,
radius.
I can, it's hard to hear.
I'm sorry, it's in terms of the radius around a specific location. So for street landscaping and parks, if it is within that radius around that point location, then that's how the costs are. It's not just the landscaping on the one side
So
of the
you
road.
think all lanes are covered?
Yes.
Collectors, arterials. Well, I would suggest you check that because it's so critical. Our assessments are pretty low. When you look at your tax bill, $200 a year, it's very, very small. And that's only on the subdivisions built in the last, whatever, 20 to 30 years. The rest of them pay nothing, okay, in the whole city. But this is where we get our funds to pay for these roads. And we're trying to move our index up from whatever, 65 to 85. And this may be one of the most expensive things the city has to do is improve roads. It's what our constituents tell us over and over and over. One of their number, besides homelessness these days, is roads and safety.
Yeah.
So let's be sure, you know, have some more coverage, but that we really check that that zone is covering the replacement of all the roads, not just one lane. Maybe I might have misunderstood, but you know, because if there's about a 20-year life, you know, we got to have 1/20th a year of battery collecting to cover these roads so that there is enough money. It's almost like an enterprise fund as opposed to just sapping the general fund, which means cutting back on all the other services in the city. So I just want you to look at that and be sure, because it's such a small amount to the average homeowner, it isn't going to make much difference if it's 200 or 300 a year, but that's 50% more. So let's take a hard look at that as we move forward. And one other item, you mentioned we have budgeted for, and I guess we've designed to landscape along the West Side Parkway, and it's mostly just brown wood chips now. And now that kind of bisects Councilman Smith's district and mine, so he might not even agree with me on this, but I don't think we for 3 years in a row, and Councilman Parley isn't here anymore, but we kept talking about when you get off at White Lane, when you get off at Panama, it's just an embarrassment to drive into Bakersfield. It's just horrible. It isn't bad, it's horrible. If we could do the off-ramps and on-ramps on the West Side Parkway, but don't do the long mile stretches, they don't look that bad. And if that was enough money, go back and do the White Lane. They're not in my districts, but the White Lane in Panama that are the entrance so many people see, and Ming if there's a little bit too, just the on-ramp, off-ramp. So we don't continue to have just the crappiest looking city in the United States when you drive into it. We talk about it every year, we never do anything, and we can stand wood chips for a mile stretch or 2 or 3 on the West Side Parkway, just do the on-ramp. So that's, I can only set a suggestion, maybe you guys can look at it, maybe other council members would have to agree, but every year we say we're going to do something, and every year we don't do anything. We talk about branding and want to attract people. It's really hard to attract people when they drive into our city at Panama, White Lane, or Ming, coming from the south. That's why they call us the armpit of the universe, because a lot of us do is what's your first impression as you drive into the city and you look at, there's weeds all over, there's trash, there's a shopping cart, at every one of the major entrances into our city, at least from the south. And I'd like to see us do something about it if we can find the funds.
Yes, sir.
That's my only other comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. There's so many comments I want to make and respond to Councilmember Freeman. I couldn't agree with him more. And we talk about, you know, the perception of our city. You know, most people who drive up and down 99 aren't even getting off and visiting downtown or visiting some of our wonderful amenities. They're judging the character and quality of our city by what they see driving along the freeway. And the impression is not good. And Councilmember Freeman is correct. We've talked about this year after year after year after year. And I know there's ideas and there's plans and there's some things that we're working on, but I think we need to figure out how to accelerate the effort because it is embarrassing. And I don't say that lightly, but Councilmember Freeman got me worked up here because I was just driving up 99, actually last Friday, to Fresno, and found many examples of quality sections of the 99, quality cities that are doing it right. And so I think we need to figure this part out sooner than later because it is a reflection on our city, and we are a great city. We are a great community. And unfortunately, it's not reflective in some of our roadways. Do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, happy to. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a couple quick hits on some things that have been done or in the works, but then also just a little bit of sort of budget history as well, because it has been a tough nut to crack, this issue of the 99. So we do have the project right now currently at Hosking to do that interchange, and I think that's been a good demonstration project. I think we've learned some good lessons there about both what works as well as what doesn't work. There's some things that we think, as far as colors and widths that we're finding, are that look good on paper, but don't always necessarily look good when you're driving down the highway. But we are doing the project at Hosking. We've done design work for the 5899 interchange, and so we've got a project underway at 58 where it comes into 99. We also have done design work for the West Side Parkway. We were going to break that into phases. I think it is a little bit of a distinct idea to say let's just do the interchanges compared to the stretches, although I think there's merit to that. And so we'll put our heads together and think about that because it is much more expensive to do the full stretch than it is just to do the interchanges. That could be a great way to make progress sooner than later by just doing the interchanges themselves. And we have money currently in the budget for the first phase of West Side Parkway, and we have actually received bids back. But also, the dilemma has been for the last 3 years is the prioritization. And so we had monies 3 budget cycles ago proposed, but then we shifted some of those monies away to get at the Kern River Parkway. But it was, I think, a fair consideration at the time because we had significant needs in the Kern River Parkway, and we needed to make some improvements to some serious deferred issues in the Parkway Trail area. But that still left enough funds to do some of the design work and these other 2 interchanges that I had brought up. And in Defense of Public Works, they had proposed a large potential allocation in this coming budget for a second phase of West Side Parkway. And again, that's an area that we control compared to the 99, which is a Caltrans issue, which I'll come back to in a moment. But as we were looking at some of the priorities around traffic safety, as well as bicycle pedestrian demonstration projects, we were weighing those, in our mind as well. And so we're going to go after grants. We've actually done some legislative advocacy to try and get a feasibility study done of how could we do landscaping that would look nicer up and down the 99 corridor and make that a case to the state that the state should take some responsibility for that and help chip in there. But we've been weighing and it feels like, and I don't, again, I'm going to characterize this not as a value statement, but I think as the natural press that we usually feel at budget time is because it's not as imminent, the interchanges, it always gets pushed to something that's a little more imminent, like, well, we need to get at traffic safety, which is a big deal. And so it keeps getting kicked a little bit down the road, and I hear the feedback today that we got to find some solutions to get it done. We're chipping away at it, but not very fast, admittedly.
And I appreciate that. And I apologize. This is not a critique of Public Works or anyone else. It's just a frustration that I think continues to simmer, and it's there. And I think also there's a lot of value. I mean, most of our constituents in the city will travel by car on freeway. And so it is a reflection on city services, frankly, and the effectiveness of City Hall. And so I think most people would benefit from having a beautified and improved roadway. And so I think there's a lot of value in it. I think it increases the quality of life. I'm going to get off of this topic now. But I think the point is made.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think there's a team who's anxious to get at it. We're also kind of frustrated with how do we make this happen, particularly from a funding standpoint, because they tend to be pretty expensive.
Right. I will say that we are making some strong statements to Caltrans and actually making some arguments as far as the economic advantages to doing more hardscape than greenscape and beautifying these corridors and really asking Caltrans to really step it up.
Show them the last 10 minutes of this city council meeting, please. I do want to make another commentary, and that is regarding density. And I appreciate Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Smith for their comments. You know, the per capita cost of providing services, whether it be road repairs or you know, solid waste pickup or police, fire, whatever, the per capita cost actually decreases as density increases. And so from an economic standpoint, from a kind of a business standpoint for the city, it actually makes sense for us to, you know, focus on density. And, you know, it's no secret, I've been pushing for the densification of downtown and our urban core. And we have this lofty goal of 10,000 new residents. The issue, though, is we have to be prepared for that density. And so, you know, I like us to look at, in the city, look at ways in which we can help facilitate infill development far more smoothly. I mean, everything from, you know, how do we deliver services related to trash collection in a far more effective way when we want new development, we want new apartment complexes, for example, in downtown. How do we do that more effectively? And the list goes on. I'm excited, and I want to thank folks who were part of this, that we've completed the storm drain study for downtown, the sewer study for downtown. All of that lays the foundation, right? The parking study for downtown. Now we need to, you know, and I'm excited to see it in the budget, to design those projects out, construct those projects so we can help facilitate the acceleration of development in the urban core. So that's my commentary. Just want to thank Streets Division for all the work over the last few years, especially in Ward 2. Kevin, there you are. Kevin Peoples is my hero. He is the man, and he is able to really get to a lot of sections of Ward 2 in the urban core. And the reason I've been so adamant, particularly as it relates to our alleyways, is that many of them had not been serviced for decades. And it was there again, it was embarrassing to have those alleys in our city. But it also, you know, there's also this underlying perception among a lot of residents that the east side doesn't get the same level of service and repavement as the west side. And there's sort of this disparity. So what we've been doing is getting at a lot of these sections of East Bakersfield, Central Bakersfield, and I think that perception is changing, at least in my ward. And that's thanks to all of the good works of the Street Division and that focused attention. So I just want to commend you all for listening to my pleas and to working collectively, working hand in hand so that we can address those issues.
Thank you so much.
I also want to thank you for the neighborhood traffic calming handbook. That's a step in the right direction. Looking forward to the implementation. There's a lot of residents who are already asking about that and how they can actually utilize some of those treatments in their neighborhood. I have one question for you, and that is regarding the challenge related to recruitment and retention. Can I describe to us what some of our strategies are to address that challenge? What are we going to do differently this next fiscal year? What does the city council need to do? What actions should we be taking in order to help us address this issue?
So the Human Resources Department has been very helpful in helping us to address some of the vacancies. The class and comp study that has been done, of course, the union agreement that has finished up. But beyond that, we're also looking at programs that the community offers, such as Bakersfield College, in training mechanics. Being part of those programs to help mechanics understand that the city has positions available and you can get a broad range of experience working on a whole variety of vehicles here at the city from a fire truck to some of the yellow equipment that we've got. So we're really getting involved in some of those community-wide efforts to recruit. The job fair that HR is putting on coming up. As I indicated before in the presentation, that we saw as high as a 16% vacancy rate in the department earlier this year. That's trended downward to 12, and it's still improving as we go. So that's the effort thus far.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, and Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to go back. I thought what I heard Councilmember Freeman implying was that the maintenance districts for new development help maintain the roads, and it's my understanding that that is not the case. They maintain strictly landscaping. There's no money to repave roads, to maintain roads. That's all comes out of general fund, sales, gas tax, federal. The repaving of the roads is not included in those maintenance districts.
That is correct. It's the landscaping within the road right-of-way, the landscaping itself, is what the consolidated maintenance districts would cover, plus the parks maintenance as well.
Right. Thank you. I just want to clarify.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Thank you, Mr. Strikeloose and team. Mr. Clegg, any final comments for this?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's just take a quick break and come back at 3:30. Mr. Boyle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. You know, I'm left to ponder in search of a segue to our last presentation. For the record, my name is Christopher Boyle. I'm the Development Services Director of the fair city of Bakersfield.
There.
The sound of something better, the heart of the Golden Empire. Don't go there, Bob. I want to thank Phil Burns, my building director, Paul Johnson, the planning director, and my business manager, because she has a bigger title now, Ms. Cassandra Cotera, for being an audience. And I just wanted to note that as you look at the individuals providing presentations to you today, I'm the old man on the block. This would be my 4th presentation to you, and they've been a wonderful 4+ years working for the council. I would also note over that time frame, my department has grown significantly, and it's grown significantly because it's been asked by the council to deliver on your requests and through strategic additions over time. Today, you have a department of 109 proposed employees, and they're broken into 18 employees in the planning division, 87 employees overall in the building division, although the building division largely functions as permits and inspections with 29 individuals, and the code enforcement section, which has grown in response to the homelessness efforts and special projects teams within the community, occupying essentially just right at half of the total complement proposed for fiscal year 23-24. I've gotten in the habit of doing this in my 4 years, of lifting up each of my teams as a component of my presentation. Here's the planning division. Note that Director Johnson managed to avoid the photograph. There's a big hole in the middle where he belongs. But I just wanted to say thank you to these individuals. This is one bright, young, talented, aspiring team that works its tail off day in and day out. And you'll note that within their accomplishments over the course of this year. To all of you, thank you. The planning division does a ton of things that you don't really think they do. I've left this slide in over time because it's a long list of the things a planning department has touch points with that we oftentimes don't relate to the planning department. The planning department is the cog in the wheel. It touches many, many things we might not normally think about. In the last year, the word is busy. I wanted to use some comparisons this year. If we looked at last fiscal year, we projected $462,000 of planning revenue. In the end, we virtually doubled that. And I want to thank the council for being responsive to that this year.
we delivered on that. That wasn't a flash in the pan. We projected $707,000, and our actuals here 2 weeks out of the end of the fiscal year are going to cross the finish line at over 900,000 again. That's a wow moment. If you look at the numbers, my highlighted numbers, that's 50% increase in conditional use permits, 100% in land divisions, 100% in site plan reviews, 440 site plans in a year, and another 100% in our plan developments that have come across the planning department's counter. Those are wow numbers, and that's not to mention the Habitat Conservation Plan that was brought to your dais for action earlier this fiscal year. The Municipal Services Review completed by LAFCO. Climate Action Plan comes to you, will go to public review draft in the next month. Our housing element updates, related zoning ordinance updates for residential, annexations, and just on top of that, we're shifting gears into a general plan update that will largely captivate our time from 23 and 24, those calendar years. That's a lot of things going on in a department that's lean. We have 18 individuals in that department. I want to thank you for last year's investments. They've been instrumental in the successes of the departments, plus the training that we put into these quality people. I have no ask for additional employees for this division this year. I'm asking for 2 reclassifications so that I might maximize capacity and fill gaps in my organizational chart. That's kind of my theme this year too. I'm trying to maximize capacity and fill gaps. So in this case, I'd like to reclass an account clerk 2 to an accountant 1. As the department grows, the fiscal responsibilities of the department grow. Consequently, the responsibilities of my account clerk really require that I entertain a reclassification to the accountant 1. And because clerk typists used to be really, really important within the organization, and I have still several of them under my employ, but as we shift to a more digital world, we've gone live with online planning, permit and plan checking, and that position would be better filled with an associate planner 1 to help address that previously mentioned girth of projects that are coming across the planning department counter. So I've requested 2 reclassifications. Both of those are funded through the Development Services Fund, which is meant to fund development services related activities. If you look at that from a dollars and cents perspective, there's about a $24,000 ask in those 2 reclassifications. The only other things that might be outstanding, I'd note there's no general fund or recurring PSVS in this budget request. I'd also note that the other $84,000, which are really requested or targeted within this budget, there's 2 outsourcing opportunities. We've already working with Meta Urban Design in doing graphics for the department. We've come out with a full set of pamphlets for our constituents, as well as we're working on a new handbook for our ADU programs and for outsourcing a legal consultation. The last time I checked, it's a very litigious society, and I'm just happen to be doing a housing element and a general plan update. Other than that, I appreciate the support for $4,000 additional dollars for training because, again, I have a young staff. I want to congratulate Mr. Burns for finding a way into the picture of the building division. And again, I want to champion these fine individuals. This is a great team. As you look at their accomplishments over the course of this last year, you're only going to be able to come away with that finding because you have a set of quality individuals who work hard day in and day out for the betterment of the city of Bakersfield, the heart of the Golden Empire, I might add. So how do I do that? Let's look at these 2 graphs, and then let's tie the pieces of the puzzle together. Let's first look at our permit history. You know, since I've been here, we have predictably gone up in permits over the course of time. When you look in the end, it's about an average of a little over 500 permits, 600 permits annually, and that's been the continued trend here. That's through a pandemic. Predictably, we are seeing a trend line where we go up about 500 permits a year. At the same time, though, our permit valuations are stagnant this year. They're about the same. If I did 12 more houses in the next 2 weeks, someone pulled permits, I would be literally right at that $845 million number. We're going to come in right about 5 million shy of that. Why? Well, I'll just use last month as a microcosm of what we're seeing. Last month, we did 1,686 permits. That's 22 days of permitting. If you take the weekends out, that's 77 permits a day, or about 1 permit every 7 minutes. That speaks volumes to the amount of permits we're issuing, and we've done that predictably going into the entirety of the whole of this first part of the year. In fact, if you look closely, the last February, March, April, May, those are best years, best months, by and large, in our sample of the last 5 years. That's a trend. But at the same time, we're not doing a lot of single-family residential, and that's where all the money is in valuations. So, nonetheless, even with my trend line on single-family residential this year, I still am exceeding last year's trend line of 1,150 units, and that's after. If you look at the orange line, you're seeing the orange line plummet. That's a result of the supply chain and interest rates that came in right about May of last year. Well, at the same time, our permit trajectory is beginning to cross that line. And so it's very possible that if we just did the 130-something permits we did last month in May, that we could essentially do 1,400 units of new single-family this fiscal or this calendar year, which would genuinely benefit our fiscal 23-24 numbers. So that's the reason why you've got a lot of permits, but a lower valuation. But even with that, I still feel very confident we'll build more homes than we built last year. Let's look at the building division exclusive of code enforcement. The two sections of the building division have different needs and different requests coming your way. If you look at permits and inspections, they're about equitable in terms of the number of individuals. We're not asking for any additional individuals in the inspection side, even though our permits are through the roof. Well, that's a great team, and they're lean and mean, and we're going to run with what we have. That's our proposal. On the permit side, that'd be our counter staff and our residential permitting. There are two targeted requests, one for a residential plan checker. I'll put that into a story. The reality is when one of our plan checkers went on an extended leave, I got multiple telephone calls from the development community saying it was the end of the world. We were well, I'm not going to use some analogy to the universe, but it was the end of the world. And consequently, we had to talk the development community off the ledge. We've been able to adapt, but it's not a sustainable type of adaptation. And I understand we really do need to have redundancy in our residential plan checker complement. And a development services fund is meant to close that gap so the development community has a sense of certainty that their plans will be checked in a timely fashion. The same thing can be said for the DS Tech that I've requested. When someone goes on vacation, we are a little too thin. We don't have enough redundancy on the permit side to really have a sense of assurances that we'll be able to adequately serve the development community in the issuance of permits and plan checking, as it were. Those are my two targeted requests specific to the building division. Lastly, code enforcement. And I hope I'm not going too fast for you, Mayor Go.
Keep it up. You're doing well.
All
Thank
right.
you.
The last section I want to talk about is our code enforcement section. I want to tip my hat, except to the big tall guy in the back there. I don't really like it. He's taller than I am. But this is one heck of a team as well. These are pieces of your rapid response team, both the equipment side and the inspection side, as well as our complete complement of regular code enforcement officers and some of our special projects team. There's about 2/3 of this complement in this photograph, and I want to tip my hat to them and say, thank you for being members of the Development Services Department. You're valued. I appreciate what you do every single day, and I know that the constituents feel the same way. So let's look at their accomplishments. And again, I'm going to go a year-to-year comparison for you because I've been around the block a couple of times, and I think there's a need to see that. When you look at complaints that we've had, there's only been a 9% reduction in complaints, and this is specific to our homelessness response efforts, specifically Rapid Response Team. Note the graphic, that's one of our standard posted encampments. So encampment numbers, they're down 45% year over year. And I don't blame the river for that either. People camp where people camp. I blame that on the total continuum of care that the city has built around addressing homelessness and its effectiveness that we're starting to see. In terms of contacts, I'm down 42%. Those are individuals that we've engaged within the field over time. That's not a total of 1,109. That's 1,109 individuals that have been identified through our engagement strategies. And that's 42% down, and then tons of trash at minus 27%. I get a little defensive for this team because my takeaway would be that the only thing that hasn't gone down in the fair city of Bakersfield is the amount of complaints as it relates to homelessness response. But the reality is, you drive to some other cities and see what they look like. And I'll give you some examples of that. If you look at the encampments, that's 2,568 times, 50 times a week. It goes from this to that. And some examples. This would be Santa Rosa, beautiful Santa Rosa, the home of the $1 million home. That's not Bakersfield. That's through the efforts of our rapid response team. We tend to ignore the fact that of our successes and focus on some of our failures. This is the 8th largest city in the state of California, and you can see about 2 blocks of encampment there, soon to be the 9th if the council has their way. So I really champion the successes of the rapid response team as being uber effective in addressing homelessness in the community. Where other communities have struggled, we have built a continuum of care that you can see the successes on the ground. Have we got it down pat? No. I drove on a driving test, and the lady next to the lady who was giving me a test, she spent most of her time, because I was wearing my badge, telling me about how that person sits there all day long, and I had to tell her, well, that's not against the law to have a shopping cart and park it on the street. I thought there'd be a better spot with some shade, but we focus on the bad. Let's start championing the good that's happening. Overall, the code enforcement summary, you provided me some assistance last year. We've been building a special projects team, and if you look at the other things the council asked for, they're in the data. You wanted more proactive responses. You got more proactive responses. That's the lower number that's surrounded. You wanted more responsiveness to citizen complaints. We've been able to be more responsive to those citizen complaints. You wanted quicker turnaround times. We've been able to really reduce the amount of turnaround time that where a code enforcement officer is responsive. In terms of the rapid response, the special projects team, 387 board ups in conjunction with identifying properties. Right now, the special projects team is processing 95 properties, and they're using 8 different strategies with which to reduce that blight within our neighborhoods. Those are things that have been provided per your support, and want to thank you for it. And we've taken that support and done great things with it from my perspective. Code enforcement has 3 targeted requests today to continue to close those gaps and build on capacity. The special projects team has done all this without a supervisor. And I can't ask my code enforcement manager to really wear more hats than I already have him wearing. And I think he's a little bit on tilt, to be honest with you. Mr. Paquette might be a little edgy nowadays. And that said, we've been able to build this team together. We've used some grant approaches at mid-year to identify illegal dumping, waste tire, code enforcement officer. We've done great things in so far in taking an incomplete team and trying to carry it like it's a complete team. I like the council support for a code enforcement officer supervisor. That's a CEO 3. And we also have been working hard with the P&D department and talking about how to address vacant and substandard buildings. There's been a proposal for a downtown vacant building registry. That's modeled after our Fresno neighbors to the north, and they staff that exclusively with 2 individuals. And I propose a code enforcement officer 1, 2, and an assistant code enforcement officer. It's a great program that helps us build code enforcement officers from the ground up. And what I don't want to do is kick off a vacant building registry and try and do that with my existing complement, because what we're saying is we're maybe able to do it, but all the things we're doing well right now, well, we may not be able to do them well. It's kind of like spreading your peanut butter on your sandwich. At some point, it's just plain too thin for it to be a decent sandwich. That's a really bad metaphor, but I'm going to roll with it, okay? All that said, appreciate your support, Mr. Clegg. But it's true. It's true. You have a right-sized department. They come to work. They're busy all day long. They're doing great things for the community. And if we want to move forward with really establishing a downtown vacant building registry, we need the help of those 2 additional complements. I would ask council support for these 3 positions focused on from the Code Enforcement Division. So in the end, when you look at the building division, you've got some additional counter staff coming from the Development Services Fund. Your code enforcement staff comes from your PSVS fund, and there's some startup costs. The $540,000, $545,000, that's part of our contingency, but it would be targeted to outside services to help the city not develop recurring costs and to still be effective in all those things that we do. So prudent use of the taxpayers' dollars. Lastly, capital improvement program. We have one major capital improvement program proposed. Last year, the council approved a $500,000 expenditure for the construction of a structure down by the river to act as a interdepartmental support structure for the rangers, for our rapid response team, and probably for some impact individuals as well. The $100,000 would help get that building engineered in a timely fashion and have it come out of the ground, because it's a key piece in our overall service delivery. Thermal printers allow for us to be more resilient in the field, capitalizing on our move to a more paperless effort. That said, development services budget, which it annoyed me, it's 1/10, about 9% of the Public Works Department budget, but that budget has grown to $16,243,906. A lot of that, quite frankly, is in controllable expenses. If you look closely at that, you'll see that salary and expense is, 6.9. So with that said, I want to thank you for your time and attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Creamy or chunky? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I hadn't heard about the climate action plan. Maybe I missed, but is that part of the general plan update? Just a section of it, or?
In a way, it is. The Climate Action Plan was required by law in 2009, and Bakersfield is known for its quick response to climate action. That said, it was due to be completed no later than 2015, and I can't bring an EIR for a general plan across the finish line without a Climate Action Plan. So that Climate Action Plan has been being prepared concurrently with the general plan and housing element, such that we are able to complete the required elements of the general plan and have a defensible EIR in support of that.
So you said the draft goes out next month or something?
It will be released, the public, pardon me, that'll be forwarded to, the public draft is released next month, and then for public review, and then ultimately it will come before the council.
So staff's doing that or a consultant?
Consultant is doing that work, Ascent Environmental, and we appreciate their very professional approach to this process. I would note too that we'll meet our climate thresholds for 2030.
Okay, thank you. I would just agree with you that we don't focus on our successes as much as we should, and I don't know how any constituent goes to any other city and doesn't think we're in much better shape, because no matter where you look, we have never let permanent tent cities be created the way those pictures show, and most cities have done that. And I would also say that your numbers showing the reductions is the first time that I've seen those types of numbers, and that's very good news. So thank you very much.
I'm hoping I can report the same next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Gray.
Well, thank you, Mr. Boyles. I appreciate your presentation, and I do have some questions, and I would reiterate what Bob is saying today as far as there's a lot of cities in California that have a lot of bigger problems than we do, and they're not handling their problems. And so your code enforcement officers are doing a great job to clean up, Clean Cities Initiative. It's all working together well. But I do have to say, there's other states in this union that are not having to put up with what we're having to put up with because of our laws in Sacramento. So that's a frustrating thing. If you could drive across the country, you're not seeing what we're seeing in California. I do want to, the salary and wage, I mean, you've got a pretty big ask here, the 13.6%, and I understand that you have been understaffed in some areas. So, but I just want to clarify the $770,000. How many positions is that, and does that include all the benefits, retirement, insurance, the whole deal?
The total ask for salary is associated with 2 reclassifications and 5 new positions.
Okay. So you're promoting, when you say reclassificate, you're promoting people up?
No, in one case, there's a retirement.
Okay.
That was for a clerk typist, and we're proposing to repurpose that position into an associate planner 1.
Okay.
We need capacity for planners. I could provide data. At one point this last year, the 9 planners that are my current apps complement, we run as a bullpen today, not siloed, had 40 projects each, which was astronomical.
Yeah, a lot.
I had to walk that back. I had to apologize to someone when I learned just how many projects were assigned. So that reclassification is a way to better purpose my full-time complement and to provide better capacity for the development community.
Okay, so you're really looking at 7 positions, whether reclassified or new? Or
5 new
5,
positions,
okay.
2 reclassified.
Okay, all right. And that 770,000, that's benefits the whole deal? That's their whole package?
I believe that's yes.
Could
The answer to
you
that question is
confirm
yes.
that,
Yes.
Mr. Clegg?
And actually, I think.
That's an affirmative.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, we are doing a lot of good in the city, and I just spoke to a Rotary group this week, and I talked about public safety, and the frustrations that the average person has in Bakersfield. They're asking, what are we doing? And I wanted to give the good news that we're doing a lot, and we're investing a lot of money into making this city better, to cleaning it up, to doing the code enforcement, all the different new departments in the PD. And so I just want to, commend your code enforcement officers. I know they've got a big job when they go out there every day. That's not a whole lot of fun, but they're doing it. And so anyway, good job to them. I appreciate that. So yeah, that was my only question, but thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are still along the same lines as Councilmember Gray's. We're really not asking for more than one new plan checker. Am I reading this right? That's because all the complaints I get, a lot of them come to me first before I come to you from the builders, is that the plan check process has been too slow, a lot because of absences in positions, people leaving, people coming, not staying. You didn't have enough people. And so I was surprised to see that you're only asking for one more. And you have other positions, well, really just 2 reclassifications in that department, it seems like, and 1 more person. Is that going to be enough?
That's what's proposed. When Mr. Burns, Mr. Johnson, and myself sat down and talked about the needs of the department, those 2 positions, the residential plan checker and the permit tech, the DS tech, who functions on our counter, those were number 1 and number 2. And additional individuals on top of those 2, they came in below where we were rating our needs. We feel that we can do our job and we'll have that redundancy and we'll be an efficient organization with those 2 additions within our building section.
And is it realistic to ever be able to outsource plan checking? If you had a firm on call, or does that sound good, but it doesn't really work? Or what's your opinion of that?
We do have firms that are available for outsourcing plan checking, but we have to remember that the best use of those funds is within larger projects where that project might slow up a lot of other projects. And there's a comfort zone for your development community where they're used to working with the same residential plan checkers or plan checkers in general. So to begin to take some of your everyday permits, your single family residential, your home remodels, your ADUs and the like, and outsource those is probably not going to result in positive customer service outcomes. But we have those resources available to us for larger type projects where they don't clog our pipeline. We can set that aside and say, outsource that project and let that work be done there and still maintain our performance standards for the remainder.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just again, wanted to join my colleagues in commending the department and all of the good work that's being done. Clearly we have still a crisis on our hands when it relates to homelessness, and the city has a responsibility to address it as best we can for our constituents. And rapid response team is an important component, and then also addressing a lot of the issues related, the tangential issues related to the homelessness crisis. The chronic nuisance properties, for example, has been an issue that we've raised for a number of years, and I'm really excited about all of the different tools that we've worked on to address chronic nuisance properties. The receivership program, for example, we just completed our first property that went through that receivership program, and it was a huge success for for Westchester and that neighborhood. And so the more creative we can be at accessing new strategies, the better off we are. And in the long run, the easier it gets for the department theoretically, because the sooner we're able to address some of these chronic nuisance properties, the fewer times that we're able to, or we have to actually go out and respond. That's why I'm such in support of our vacant property registry. I think that the more proactive we are, in the long run, the more we're able to prevent a lot of issues. And so really encouraged and supportive of the addition of those positions so that we can address the issue head on. I just want to thank code enforcement for all the work. I think I work with code enforcement almost daily related to different issues, and I just want to thank them for all the work. Phil has been just great to work with and so gracious, because typically what happens is when it gets to the council, when an issue gets to the council, the constituent is already very irate, very frustrated for one reason or the other. And so the fact that people are able to respond so graciously to my requests, I appreciate so much, and recognize that there are a lot of challenges throughout the city. But one final note, the fact that we're able to really do a lot of proactive work is meaningful to many neighborhoods. There are many neighborhoods that just don't have the same history or practice of reporting code issues, but they still feel the impact of code violations in a very real way. It's a threat to their health and safety, to the health and safety of children. And so it's really important that we practice, that we're proactive in certain areas, particularly in some of our commercial corridors, so that we can help maintain standards throughout the city. So thank you for those proactive efforts. Just thank the team. Mr. Burns is here. Thank you. Please thank all of your code enforcement officers for all the great work they do in and day out. It certainly is appreciated by all of us, but certainly by me. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Boyle and team. I also want to just say thank you for having our code enforcement available outside of normal working hours. Oftentimes we'll get constituent calls at night or over the weekends, and being able to have somebody to follow up is very, very helpful. So thank you to all of you. And Mr. Clegg, do you have any final comments?
I just want to reflect really quickly on some of the staffing considerations. You remember from the broader budget presentation, very limited staffing additions in this year's budget because we expect revenues to be flat. And yet we've made a little bit of space in public safety vital services tax for some law enforcement additions that were necessary with our DOJ agreement, as well as just the professionalization of those staff. Outside of those ads around public safety, these, again, targeted ads to both code enforcement for our blighted properties and around our, permit and plan check processes. Those are within the top 5 of the highest priorities of the City Council at our workshop, and that's why it's reflected here to see some of those ongoing dollars added, but for those highest priority issues in very targeted ways.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Thank you, Mr. Boyle. And now we have one more. I'll give you a few minutes to sit up, and maybe we'll just stand up and stretch. Yes.
Here I go.
Came for the best part. Thank you, Ms. Byers.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. Go ahead and jump in. All right. So I'm going to start with our staffing complement. We have 20 employees in the Economic and Community Development Department. There's a little bit of shift right now, but essentially on the left, we didn't put any names in here. The principal planners under me, I have Cecilia Grego, who is our Economic Development Principal Planner, and Priscilla Martinez, she is our Housing Principal Planner. In the center there, we have another principal planner, Misty Eaton. Misty really takes care of absolutely everything we have going on in the department. So she is over community development block grant planners, and then she's also over all of our budgeting as well as our secretary. And then to the right, we have Jason Cater. He really does neighborhood vitality, and so he has a couple of planners under him doing that with our TCC application, our prosperity neighborhoods. So that's our complement. Last year in the budget meeting, Mr. Saldana described ECD as flying the plane while building it. We've been working a lot with HR and done a lot of hiring for the department, and so now those individuals are being trained on all of the programs we oversee. The Economic and Community Development Department was established through the budget process in June of 2021. So staff took some time this year to identify a mission statement that the employees felt empowered by. And so now that's inspiring community collaboration that empowers residents, promotes economic growth and equitable opportunities for all, improves overall quality of life, and develops prosperity while preserving Bakersfield's diverse history. So that was something that staff did together so that they felt connected to that statement. This budget year, ECD is actually not requesting any additional staff. In years past, we requested a lot of staff. So this year, we don't have any requests for that. But there's a lot of movement happening between the city manager's office and our departments. The primary capital increase here is shown in PSVS. It's due to the continuation of previously approved programs, specifically the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and it's funded through those one-time carryovers and ARPA in fiscal year 22-23. Then we have the general fund, and which is an increase from the movement of a CIP project into general fund. It's mainly offset by permanent local housing allocation. The permanent local housing allocation was created by SB2. That's the $75 per real estate transaction that is then allocated to cities through an entitlement. We show an increase in CDBG. That's based on federal funding, and it changes annually. This year, we were lucky enough to have an increase. Last year, we had a decrease. You just never know what's going to happen with community development block grants. So ECD department sees itself as a catalyst for quality of life programs, and because of that, we've identified projects that span all of council's strategic goals. And so here we've listed council's strategic goals, and then where we fit underneath that are the different programs that we do. Through the adoption of the Economic Development Strategic Plan, the Affordable Housing Strategy, and the 5-year Consolidated Plan, a roadmap has really been provided to the Economic Development Departments, and our goals this year are to intentionally correlate with City Council goals. So I promise not to read all of this, but I do want to highlight some of the accomplishments that staff had. When I started looking at this, it kind of felt like select your favorite child in the accomplishments, but our staff has worked very hard, and so we want to note a couple of those. What we've started to do is to actively celebrate through Bakersfield Notes, as well as our social media pages, so there's more visibility and transparency throughout the year of the activities of ECD, instead of just coming to once a year and going, look at all the things we did. To highlight a few, Bakersfield did host the 2022 California Economic Summit. That was a statewide summit. We executed 20 EOAs in the amount of $1.1 million. The dumpster lock program was added to the EOA, and then we're looking to add 2 more programs over the next year. One is for security and lighting to the EOA areas, and the second one is for ADA improvements to businesses. So again, these are some of the works that we're doing in economic development and assisting our businesses. We were awarded $500,000 for brownfield assessment. We also received the designation as an iHub, or an innovation hub, in partnership with CSU Fresno. We received technical assistance grant for microgrid development in the region. We will be hosting a community meeting on June 21st for that. And then some of our goals, we hope to submit a competitive grant application for round 5 of the Transformative Climate Communities Grant Program for the Southeast Strong. We have put out information so much about this. We have worked with the community. Jason Cater and his team attended over 24 events to get buy-in and to receive the community input for that project. So we're hoping to submit what we're going to call a successful grant. The Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Technical Assistant, it's quite a mouthful. That is a technical assistant program to teach individuals or to teach entrepreneurs the things that they need to do to have a successful business. We have contracted with Kern Community College District. They're going to be doing a general entrepreneur program. We also contracted with Cal State, who's doing a program for restaurants to teach them some of the skills to assist those businesses. And then also with the Black Chamber, Nick's project specifically is to reach out to the businesses in his organization, make sure that they have all the fundamental skills, getting their business license, but also training individuals to do government work as well. So those programs are set to kick off on July 1st. Those that have successfully completed those programs, it'll enable entrepreneurs, startups, and small businesses within our qualified census tract, or if they're income qualified, to be eligible for grant funding. And so it's kind of putting our money where our mouth is. We're going to teach entrepreneurs, and then there's a grant to get them started. We also are acquiring underutilized properties within target areas for redevelopment and continuing work with Prosperity Neighborhood Initiatives. We have a couple programs that we're going to be putting out over the next couple months that support the expansion of workforce development, and that's through apprenticeships and internships. So a lot of work going on really in this economic opportunity for all. This has the most words, so we'll go to the next couple slides. Our accomplishments in the work of housing this past year. Construction was completed at 22nd Street Lofts. That's 20 senior units. The Chardonnay project, that was 10 homeowner units. And so homeowners were able to construct a home and then purchase that home. It was for low-income qualified homeowners. The Decatur Hotel rehabilitation was 27 senior units. Then we currently have under construction 6th Street, which is 40 units. Sagewood Apartments, which is 72 farm labor units. Brentwood Crossing, and affordable housing infill. With the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we were able to leverage over $11 million for affordable housing projects, and we're implementing that right now. We have a NOFA out that's due actually tomorrow, and then we'll be taking to the Budget and Finance Committee those that we recommend for award. Oh, did I do our goals? I know you guys are so tired. But our goals for this next year in housing is to continue to fund the home rehabilitation and weatherization program that provides grant to existing homeowners within the neighborhood prosperity areas and the eligible census tracts to do reweatherization, new windows, that type of work on their homes. We are also looking to complete a downtown housing study to determine the capacity and future growth of 10,000 residents in our downtown area. In the work of reliable infrastructure, we've utilized CDBG grants to provide 5 capital improvement activities. We were the fiscal administrators of $2.3 million for Mechanic Bank Arena and Convention Center, as well as Dignity Health Amphitheater. Our goals in the work of reliable infrastructure, an item is going to KernCog to be awarded $2 million in REAP funds, the Regional Early Action Planning allocation of high impact transformative funds. We're also working to set the 3-year framework for Niles Monterey, affectionately called NIMO, Prosperity Neighborhood Initiative, and those capital improvement projects. So for community character and quality of life, we did complete the HUD action plan, securing almost $7 million in funding. We contracted with the Greater Bakersfield Legal Assistance to provide information, training, and counseling on fair housing. We funded supportive services to a little over 6,500 low-income seniors, including welfare and recreational needs, health and nutrition information at the Bakersfield Senior Center, And then we also funded the completion of a parklet on MLK Boulevard. We're going to be entering the 4th year of the 5-year consolidated plan, and so next year we'll be bringing back some things for the next 5-year consolidated plan. Really, those are the projects that you identify for upcoming CDBG funds. We'll continue to implement the action plan, the citizen participation plan, and the analysis of impediments to fair housing. Through the Home Access Grant Program, we're going to continue to assist disabled households with accessibility. So some of the projects that we do for disabled individuals, there's a ramp program to get in and out of your home. There's a shower program, just different things that will assist our disabled households. Last but not least, we have our innovative and efficient city government. We have a couple programs that we work on that we provide either to businesses. Really, these are the ones that we provide to businesses. So with Impact Data Source, we have established a software system, and that provides economic and fiscal impact of development projects. And so if you want to know how much it's going to cost to do your development, we have a tool for that. We use programs to provide retail analytics. Those are to analyze gaps and identify opportunities. We have a Size Up Bakersfield, which we just redid the website for that. And the Size Up Bakersfield is an online portal. It's available. The Pick Bakersfield, I'm sorry, we have two. We have Size Up Bakersfield, that's for local businesses. They can develop their marketing strategies and identify opportunities to increase their sales and their customer base, and so that's provided to our local businesses. But then we have the Pick Bakersfield website, which has been launched, and that's an online portal, has pertinent information for businesses to make their decision to relocate to Bakersfield. And then we have the parking study. That's our goal to complete this year for our efficient city government, the comprehensive parking study of downtown and Old Town Kern. It will help determine future parking needs to serve the study areas. And with that, those are the activities of the Economic and Community Development Department.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. Colleagues, any comments? I don't see any. Mr. Clegg?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just reflecting quickly on this budget, as noted, there's some moves around, but essentially a flat budget, no new requests, no removals. To just throw out one last consideration, we didn't cover this at the last budget workshop. I'm shifting gears away from economic development just in broad terms. One consistent comment that I have received through the budget process is, what more can we do for streets? And so there's a slight amount of funding that has been identified as we've finalized the balanced budget, and we've balanced the ongoing needs of the general fund by moving some projects out of public safety vital services tax and funding those from one-time general fund dollars that have been reimbursed against ARPA expenditures. There's a little bit of funding available in PSVS, and so I'm going to be recommending to Council Wednesday night with the first hearing of the budget to put those dollars towards street repaving. But the other, there's one other sort of emerging challenge is, as we've noted on some of our other capital projects, the bids continue to come back higher than anticipated. We've seen that in a couple of our capital projects for streets, and we've all seen that recently on a park project for Linnell Brahma Park in Ward 1, our brand new park. Because of some technical issues with that, we're actually going to have to go back and rebid that park project again. But I'm going to also be recommending to Council that we set aside a small amount of contingency for capital projects that have been planned, essentially bid out, that allow us to complete some of that gap funding if the bids come higher than our engineers' estimates. And obviously, we'd walk through that with Council as to why we think that is still the best price that we're going to get. But we'll be recommending that we set aside a little bit of this. There's about $2 million in PSVS that is unallocated today because of, again, finalizing the balanced budget. I'm going to recommend we put that towards streets and towards capital projects that we need to find some of that last gap financing for. With that, I think our workshop is complete and our energy is spent. If there's any last questions, be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
Motion to receive and file.
If a motion, please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with council members Arias, Weir, and Core absent.
Thank you. And with that, we stand adjourned at 4:25.